What's up everybody, and thank you so much for joining me into Anno 1800. My name is Axfield. Today I'm starting a new playthrough and this is going to be quite a challenging one. The idea of this playthrough is for myself to establish a city on the smallest island on the map and to have at least one investor within that city. Now I'm going to have a couple of other rules that's going to also make it even more challenging. So the first rule is that I'm not allowed to have above the artisan level on any of my neighboring cities. So that means on the bigger islands I can only go up to artisan level, which means all my engineers and all my investors will all be cramped on that one little island. So that's going to give it quite an interesting challenge. Additionally, I don't have access to the Enbesa region, I don't have access to the Arctic or to Cape Trelawney, and that's just going to make the game so much more interesting. But let's jump into it. There's a whole bunch of the DLC packages that I'm going to take away, as it might give me some sort of advantage in this playthrough, and we don't want that. So I'm going to take away the sunken treasures, which is Cape Trelawney, the Arctic, the Passage, Land of the Lions. I'm going to remove the palace as well. We're not going to utilize that. And then I think New World Rising, let's remove that. The rest of the stuff I think is fair to have within this playthrough, so I'm going to keep those. And let's just select a custom map. So the starting world size, I'm going to keep this maybe medium, and we're going to go for mainly small islands. Island difficulty, I'm going to say normal, and then for the sparsity of the fertility and the minerals, I'm going to make it sparse on both of those two. Alright, so we're going to do it like that. I'm not going to have any opponents, as I think that's just going to be way out. The only thing I will have is the pirates though, so I'm going to keep them in the game with my traders. And then with the features, we've got a low income to start with, and a few other things that I'm going to keep, which I think is unnecessary to take away. So I'm going to leave it as it is. And then from here, I'm going to have my starting ship as the flagship and starting capital. Let's make this small. Okay, so we want the starting capital to be small. And I can do a revealed map. That's not really, we don't really need the fog of war, seeing that we are going to specifically look for the smallest island. So the fog of war is not going to really put me like in some sort of have a negative impact on me or anything. Okay, but let's just go into it. We are in the new world now, and immediately the smallest island that I can see is either this one or this one over here. But I would argue there's a little bit more land on this one compared to this one over here. This is really going to be like a ridiculous playthrough. But I think it's fair to say that this is the smallest island that I can settle. These ones are also small, but I kind of do have a little bit more land on these ones. And that's not really what we want. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna go... And we first need to select my ship, and we're gonna sell right over here and start our town. Now this is going to be really a ridiculous playthrough to settle on this island and to have investors, but let's see how it goes. So the fortunate thing is that we've got what's her name, Madam Kahina, we've got right over here. So we can get some of our goods from there. And the pirates is literally right on the opposite side of the map, which is also going to count in our favor at the end of the day. I'm going to just see what type of quest Madam Kina has got for us. Collection quest. Oh, just a flotsam. It's right at the end of the map. Okay. We can do that. I'm going to first just establish my town. So let's just do this. I'm going to move the harbor right to the edge. And then I can send my ship just to collect that flotsam while I start building over here. So let's keep it at the moderate speed. Now I'm going to start placing my town here right at the top. And at the bottom over here, we can maybe do our woodcutters. So let's just start by placing a few houses, maybe just like so. go. Alright, so we've got the first houses up. I'm going to just put maybe one, or let's do maybe 2 lumber camps. I'm going to place here so that we can cut some wood. We go. And then from here we can add a couple of extra houses. Now I'm gonna have to be really strategic as to how I'm going to do this layout, but I think we've got a good start over here in any case. Let's speed up the game. I'm going to just quickly fetch that flotsam, and they're going to start accumulating the wood on this side. The advantage is that I don't have to build any warehouses, so they can literally just use the harbor warehouse to do everything that they need to do. The nice part about this island particularly is that we've got a coal deposit, which is going to really count in our favor at a later stage. So let's just go ahead and drop this off back for Madam Kina. We've only got 20,600 starting cash at the moment. So I need to start making money as soon as possible. I'm going to really have to squeeze all the houses in here that I can. Let's maybe do it like that. Okay. Just kind of like establishing or trying to determine where I want to place all of these houses. I think for the pub, I'm going to place it more or less over here in this little corner there. We can build our fisheries. Yeah, I'm gonna maybe just start with, maybe I should just start with one. I think let's do that. Let's take away that one. Right, so we've got the fishery up.
We're fed at least.
I don't know, this name of the town just bugs me. Thurapong. What can we call this?
Metal plows change things, I'll grant you. But for better or for worse.
Let's just call it Silver Lining.
You reached a new milestone.
Great. Okay, so we've got clothing unlocked as well as the Schnaps. The pub, we're going to need another 40 of the farmers. Let's maybe just unlock these houses. There we go.
The consummate professional.
I'm gonna go ahead and place my sheep farms over here and also get my framework knitter right next to it. The harbor trading post is close enough to just fetch the goods from there, so I'm not gonna bother building anything else. I'm gonna go ahead and build more of these houses. Let's just do it like so. Okay, we are very close to unlocking the pub. Let's just see if any of the other AIs have got any quest for us. No, they don't. Okay, cool. I've got to just keep my eye out for that.
Nothing good to say.
These people are very unhappy. Okay, but we're going to provide them with clothes very soon. There we go. And we can place their pub right over here. And that should make them much happier. Just want to see with the pub. Okay, we do get an extra coin in if they do have access to the pub. It's not going to bring in a lot of money, but it will help. And let's just unlock that.
Flagship at your service.
Now what I need to do is I'm going to have to go to Archibald.
Another appointment.
Well, actually it's not going to help now. I need to go to Archibald as soon as he's got steel beams available for me to buy. And in that way then I can basically settle on another island. And the idea is obviously to settle on one of these bigger islands. Now, I'll probably have to settle on this one first, because I'm going to need the grain fertility. I think that's the first one we are definitely going to need. I need to get to the grain fertility, and then we've got a hops over here, which we're going to need for the beer. That's going to just help us with the income. It's not a necessity, but it will help. And then we need hunting locations. Over here we've got a place where we can hunt. And also on this side. So the smaller islands seems like they've got the hunting fertilities. Not any of the big islands. So that kind of sucks. But I'll obviously either use this one or... where's that one? This one over here. But I'll probably go for this one for the hunting. Yeah, that's a lot closer.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Okay, so let's see here. We're going to need to produce a little bit more clothes in order to upgrade these farmer houses. So let's build another sheep farm. We can squeeze one more in here. Let's see how the resources are looking. So everything is climbing as it is. I am considering maybe selling these weapons. Yeah, we'll see. We'll keep it there just as a reserve. If we do run out of money, we can then just trade the weapons with Archibald or whoever. Just to kind of compensate. Right, so we can upgrade some of our farmer houses. We can upgrade.
You reached a new milestone.
So we've got a couple of workers now, and I think once you've got the workers, then Archibald will also make available the steel beams. Let's see if that is the case.
Honest work. That's all we ask.
Not yet. Okay, maybe I need a certain amount of population. I think that could be it. So let's just build a few more extra houses, squeeze them in wherever we can. I'm just filling any gaps that I can. Okay, let's check this out. So the resources are still doing very well. I just want to get that minus balance. I want to just fix that so that we can go into the plus. Let's see if there is anything that we can produce for our workers. Now, ideally, I would want to start producing soap. Because we can trade the soap here with... what's his name, with Eli, and he gives us really good money for the soap. So I would say that would be my first really good trading commodity that I can set up. It's just to do the soap.
It's all right here, I suppose.
Okay, everything's still looking good. The resources are still climbing. Let's see. Okay, great. So you can see Archibald has now got available the steel beams as well as the bricks. And I need to now just determine which island I want to use for my next town. It's either going to be this one or it's going to be this one. Now the only difference between these is that on this one we've got 2 iron and 4 oil springs, and here we've got 3 iron and 2 oil springs. And the same for this one really. So we've got the same stats on all of these islands, and then over here we've got iron, coal and 2 limestone. I think this will be probably my 3rd island that I will settle. Oh, this is such a good looking island, to be honest, and it's got the 4 oil springs. So that's quite nice. I think I might go for this one. And it's just in an ideal location. Oh, okay, this is not connected to a road. That's why this house broke down, so let's just destroy that.
Can't make better what's already. I shouldn't ask. We've all we've ever wished for.
Find and collect the wild animals. There we go.
Keen as a 3-legged goat.
Furrow plow. Okay, great. So this boosts our productivity for, let's just see here what it does. It affects all the crop farms and gives 25% extra productivity. This is really a nice one to have though. I think I'm going to hold on to that. And let's just see here, Archibald has got a quest for us.
Now, here is a vital righty-ho.
Rescue 2 castaways. Okay, this is great. I need to go to Archibaldton anyway, so just getting that extra money for this quest will will be ideal. And then I'm going to use that money basically to buy that extra steel beams that we need to place a harbor, and we can just buy a couple of timber. Let's see, we're still in the -5. I'm going to just have to place these houses to get us in the positive. And let's just do some extras over here. Yeah, let's just squeeze it in over there. I'm going to just do it like so. Okay, I'm not going to worry about placing fire stations. I know ideally you should, but I'm trying to save as much space on this island as I can. So we're going to keep the fire stations. If we've got houses burning, then that's tough. We'll just have to rebuild them. Okay, let's check this out.
Ah, you're ready. That really is first
There we go.
rate.
So we got a decent amount of money in. And I'm going to just buy literally 10 of the steel beams. And let's maybe go for... It doesn't cost too much for the timber, so I'm going to just go ahead and buy 40 timber.
A royal acknowledgement is due.
On our way.
And I'm going to decide to maybe just settle over here. Or actually maybe towards this side. I'm going to place my harbor over here, and then this corner over here is going to form part of the town, and then literally everything else on this island I want to try and keep for my farming. Now I've got to keep a space open though. I've got to do maybe like a double road leading up to the oil springs. We're going to use that on a later stage. We need the electricity in order to advance the engineers to investors, so I intend to use those oil springs at the top.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
The city has grown
Yeah.
more beautiful.
So that's the ideal location for me for the harbor. And I'm going to pull the road all the way down like so. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now another thing is I need to do a road here just to keep a road or a space open for the track that can go to the oil springs on this side. So I'll do it maybe like this. Yeah, let's do it like this. There we go. So then I can use all of the area that we've got over here, we can use for the crop fields.
To meet our patron is
Okay, cool. Everybody seems to be happy. So that's really good. Edinburgh. Yeah, let's keep the town. Let's keep the name for the town. Edinburgh. There we go. And we need our marketplace. Okay, so for the wood, let's do another 2 lumberjacks, and we're going to also build ourselves 2 sawmills. The money is still looking okay. We just -3, which isn't too bad. We're going to push it up now in a little while. As soon as I've built a few extra houses here.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
I want to see to get my own shipyard also built as soon as possible. That's definitely also a priority for me, to get a shipyard up and running. But let's just upgrade a few more of these houses. Let's see.
you give us a voice.
Okay, so they're now starting to request sausage. I'm going to also have to place myself another fishery, so you can see there that the production is slowing down a little bit here for the fish. So I'm going to just give that a boost. Now what we can do, seeing that we've got a timber production on this island over here, we can consider now removing the timber production on this side. And we can utilize the space either for soap or for sausage, either one of the two. Or I can move my sheep farms across. Something like that.
I doff my cap to you.
Oh, I still need to build my marketplace. So let's just do it over here like so, maybe. Yeah. I'm gonna just do that. Okay, so I would say the town's now at a pretty decent size, especially considering on the size of the island that we're on. And let's just upgrade a few extra houses over here. Why not? Okay, so in order to unlock the bread, we need 150 workers. We're nearly there. And we need 300 workers for the soap to unlock that. Now that's a bit more of a tough one. But I'm going to go ahead and just let's unlock those guys. So we've got the bread now available. And we can build ourselves a sailing shipyard. Now I think I'm not going to burden this harbor or this coastal region even more than it's already burdened. So we'll place our sailing shipyard on this side. Now I think I'm going to maybe just go ahead and place myself another lumberjack site. We need to really step up our wood production over here. Let's see if we've got any other quests here from the AIs.
I hereby sentence you to not very hard
Okay, nice. So we get 4,400 for this pickup quest, and we get a handler as well. Now the handler helps to decrease the cargo slowdown with 20%. But I think what I am going to do is I'm going to rather sell the handler back to Eli.
crack of light.
Alright, so we've got just a whole bunch of flotsam that we need to pick up, and that's usually the first missions that you get in anyways. It's just like either picking up flotsam or rescuing castaways. I'm gonna just speed up this whole process. We can add ourselves a few extra workers over here. Nice, so our balance is in the positive. Except for the fire that broke out now. You see, so this is where the trouble comes in. wonder if I build a fire station is too far if I place it over here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this just for now. We're going to squeeze the fire station in over there.
Flagship at your service. On our way.
Okay, I might actually lose a house or two over here.
Case closed.
Steersman.
Okay, so I'm selling back the handler. There's a few extra coin we can get in over there.
Odd scourges those with something to hide.
Sails.
Right, and we've got a good amount of wood over here. So we can go ahead and upgrade some extra houses. And we can get our fishing going. So let's do that. Get our fisheries up. And I'm also going to go ahead and place myself a pub maybe on this side. Okay, now I think I'm going to do my clothing production. I'm going to do over here. I'm going to place myself a small warehouse and we can just set up the sheep farm on this side. Okay, so we need a whole bunch of extra farmers. I need to just quickly fix that. At least we've got enough wood to do that. There we go. Okay, great. So the fires are extinguished. We just lost one house. Okay, so I did kind of suspect that was going to happen.
Ruins behind.
And there's another one that's gone. Okay, cool. But you see, it's an easy fix in any case, so it's not too big of a deal.
You reached a new milestone.
We're pretty deep within the miners now, so what we can do to compensate, we can set up ourselves like a Schnaps production. And the Schnaps we can do maybe right over here. So we can just get the potato farms up and running, and then from there we can maybe place ourselves 2 distilleries. I just need to make sure that I've got enough workers before I place these, but we can get a good income boost if we provide the villagers with schnapps. I am going to need a fire department over here because these schnapps distilleries are quite explosive, so you do need this. Okay, we've got enough workers now to do our Schnaps distillery. And I think I'm going to just go ahead and place a few extra houses. Here we go. Okay, we can look at upgrading more of the people in this town. So you see, the nice thing about this town is that we're not going to have any production on this island, or hardly any production. So the majority of the houses I can just upgrade liberally as much as I want. I've just got to keep an eye on the fish and the clothing for now. That's my only concerns at this point. But we're going to have fishing, clothing, and we're going to have schnapps as well as bread. We're going to have all of that on this island, and we can then set up our trading ships that can transport both the schnapps, the grain, the clothing, and the fishing, actually. So all of those ingredients, and we're going to produce our bricks, and we've got our iron deposit over here. So ultimately we can start producing the iron beams or the steel beams as well. We can set up our coal mines on this side, so we can transport the coal to this island over here, and then we can just extract the iron, and then from there we can also have our factories here for the steel beams. And we can probably have one ship that can go back and forth just to do those raw minerals to produce the steel beams. But yeah, my population is looking good at the moment for this town. I can actually go ahead and now set up myself another Schnaps distillery. So we're going to have on this island plenty of farmers and plenty of workers. Let's just do that. There we go. Okay, while we're at it, let's see if we can just get ourselves a sailing shipyard. Now in order to do that, we are going to need 20 timber and 25 bricks, and it is very pricey to set up the sailing shipyard. It's going to cost us also $10,000, which is insane. You know what, I need to maybe look at just opening up the soap production. I only need another 3 houses, worker houses. So let's get this going. Let's start producing some soap.
Grease the wheels, Governor.
This will at least sort out my money problems.
Not bad.
A burner.
Big boss.
Okay, now the burner we're definitely not going to use. So the burner I'm going to sell if the need comes. We don't have enough money. I think what we can do for now is, however, we can...
On every street corner in no time.
Oh, okay, this is for the silos.
I know you're busy, but I've
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. See, for the soap factory, we're going to need steel beams and bricks. So let's maybe set up our brick production. We can do that over here. I'm going to just set up my warehouse, and then we're going to do the clay pit. We need some workers actually, so let's see, we can upgrade a few of these houses, and there we go. We've got enough workers now for the clay pit. I'm going to use my ship just to collect some timber, maybe from this island over here. Gotta just keep my eye out for any other missions popping up. Yeah, so we've got a very good balance at this stage. It's probably going to be affected now with all of the production that I'm going to set up here. But we will quickly sort it out once we've got the soap production also going. I kind of like making the pathways go all around the building like that. I think logistically it makes more sense, so if you do add roads on a later stage, they can connect to it from all sides.
Attention for the Admiral.
So I'm going to take all of this wood. Yeah, let's just fill it up, and then I also want to take the remainder of the steel beams. I know it's only 2, but we're going to need it now to set up the soap works.
Aye, aye.
Let's just see here. So currently the fish production is looking really good. Schnaps is also building up nicely. The clothing production we can push a little bit. That's on the slow side. So we can add that. Yeah, let's just do it like so. And then we've got 2 of the framework knitters, which should be sufficient.
You reached a new milestone.
Okay, good stuff.
We loves you, we does.
I want to quickly see if we do the sausage production. They don't require any steel, right? So we only need some timber and bricks. In fact, we can set this up now already if we want to. Just want to check for the bread. For the bread, it's the same thing, really. We only need bricks and timber. Now, let's see if we give them sausage, we can get 4 coin for the sausage when that need is fulfilled. And it's the same for the bread, so it doesn't really matter which one we go for first. We're going to get the same amount of workers and the same amount of coin for each of those 2. So now, just to determine where we want to place the sausage farms, the bread I'm going to... Yeah, I'll probably do the bread on this side over here. I'll start on this side. So we'll kind of like just create the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like that. I'm going to create a boundary there. And we can do a boundary here. Actually, no. Let's leave it like that. City left to burn. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you know what? I'm going to actually do something over here. So I'm going to place another warehouse, like so. And just pull it across. And then from here, we can place our wheat farms. I want to kind of keep them not too far apart, initially at least. I'm going for 2 wheat farms. So I know 2 wheat farms works very well with 1 mill. So then I'm going to do 1 mill, and this mill will provide for 2 bakeries, and then from here we'll set up 2 bakeries. I've got to just keep an eye on my money over here. So I've got currently now 11,000. We need those extra workers as well. So let's just do this first. Let's add some extra workers.
A few murmuring.
Okay, great. So now I'm going to add another bakery, and then I'm going to sell those characters that we got through the missions. I'm going to sell them to one of our trading partners. Here we go. Okay, so the bread production is sorted out. Oh, we're actually lacking over here. I actually thought I completely filled this crop field. There we go. Okay, that's a little bit better.
Flagship ready for orders.
Okay, so let's see here. We are going to sell specifically the burner. I don't really know if I want to sell the furrow plow, but I think I might end up selling it.
And especially
We need the money to build our sailing shipyard as soon as we can.
exciting.
I need to pick up some samples here from Madam Kina. Okay, you know what? I'm going to sell both of these items. I'm going to sell to her. Now for the sailing shipyard, we don't need any steel beams, which is great. So this is going to really help us. I'm going to then just let the bricks accumulate while I do these other things. Let's just see how our resources are. So clothing and fish, that's perfect. It's looking really good. So I'm going to take these 2 items. I'm going to sell it to Madam Kina. And I'm also going to do a quest now.
You've rocked the
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Okay, so let's see here. Right, so I'm going to sell those 2. Yeah, we get 6,600. So that's a good amount. Let's sell that.
We both hit our targets.
And I've got to just do this delivery now. And how much money am I going to get for that? Let's just see here quickly. 4,500 or 4,600, close to it. And this will give us enough material that we need to build our sailing shipyard, or enough funds rather. We're still waiting for the bricks to accumulate. I suppose I can purchase a couple of bricks from Archibald.
Is it done? I had a feeling you'd do well.
And my bank balance is in the positive, so we are accumulating our money slowly but surely. So let's maybe purchase a couple of bricks here by Archibald just to speed up the whole process. And I think I'm going to just also get a couple of steel beams. I want to see for the soap production, we need 4 steel beams for the rendering works, and we're going to need 2 rendering works and 1 soap factory. So I'm going to have to purchase at least 8 steel beams. Yeah, because I've already got 4 here, so that will help for the 1 rendering works. And we need 2, like I said, and 1 soap factory. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to then purchase the 8 steel beams. And then let's just purchase a couple of bricks, maybe 20. Yeah, that should suffice.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Good stuff. So now let's set up the sailing shipyard. Okay, we need to start with our sail production as well. So before I start with the sail production, let's just set up another sheep farm and maybe do it on this side.
I love
1, 2, 3, and then we can set up this one. This is quite cheap to set up, so we've got that going as well. Okay, and then we can then start building our first trading ships. Now the schooner has only got 2 spots or 2 slots for trading items, which is fine because the first 2 trading items that we're going to transport to our capital, Silver Lining, is going to be Schnaps and bread. And that will be our first commodities that we're going to send off to Silver Lining.
Flagship ready for orders.
Now the rendering works, it costs 500 $500 to build. So that's going to be 1,000 and then 1,500 plus another 500 for the pig farm. We're going to need 2 of those. So that's 1,000, 1,000. It's 2,500. Okay, we can do this. So I'm going to place my pig farms or soap works. I'm going to place maybe here on the opposite side. Okay, let's check this out. So 2 pig farms. Let's just get that going. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then the rendering works. 1, 2, and then the soap production. I just need a couple of extra workers. Need about 70 extra workers. Okay, so let's just maybe connect the rendering works there, and then I'm going to have to place some extra houses. So let's do this like so. Okay, good. So from here we can upgrade some more workers. I'm going to just build myself another marketplace on this side maybe. There we go. Okay, so the goods are still looking good. Everything is hunky-dory and we've got 6 sales already. Now we need 10 sales, I believe. Yeah, there we go. We need 10 sales to build our first schooner. And I'm going to just go ahead and maybe fetch some wood over here from Silver Lining.
A fire broke out.
You see, I haven't placed my fire station yet. I can do it on this island. We've got plenty of space to work with. I just forgot about that now.
Flagship at your service.
Okay, here we go.
Coordinates plotted.
Let's just see. Destruction quest. Okay, so we do get really good money for the destruction quest. I just need to see what Archibald wants me to destroy. 1 frigate. Okay, no, the frigate is okay. My flagship can actually handle the frigate. So I'm gonna send my flagship out to take on this frigate in a short while. Just going to drop off this wood over here. There we go. We can place our first schooner. That is great. So then, of course, our first trading commodities, as I've mentioned, it's going to be the Schnaps and also the bread. We can go ahead and upgrade the harbor. Yeah.
The fire has been vanquished.
Actually got 2 soundtracks overlapping with each other. Thought something doesn't sound right here. There we go. Okay, so now I've got enough workers here for the soap factory. So we can place that, and that's going to really give us a good income.
Aye, aye.
And now, for the time being, I'm going to send my flagship out just to take out this frigate.
Yes, man.
We don't have any other quests available, so only got 2,700 coin left. So that money from the destruction quest is going to come very much in handy.
Ready for assignment.
Alright, little schooner. Let's set up the straight routes over here. So we're going to pick up from this island. Trade route. Europa. You're going to collect from Dedenbury
Under attack.
and drop off by Silver Lining. Exit, exit, exit. I first need to go and help my ship over here.
Rudder! Sails!
I want to kind of like just stay on the backside so that they can't fire at me, but it's not seeming, doesn't seem to work. There we go. Yeah, I didn't take too much damage. So let's just drop this off for Archibald. Okay, so you can see my coin has recovered now quite a bit because we've got the soap works up and running. So a lot of these workers have got soap now, and we're getting a good amount of income from that.
We assist however we may.
Alright, let's set up the straight route. So we're going to use Europa from Dedenbury. We're going to go to Silver Lining, and we're going to take the Schnaps as well as the bread. Now I'm going to change this maybe to just take, let's maybe go ahead and just take 15 at a time. It's a very small city, so we're going to just do it like that and see if that's going to be sufficient. There we go, the news is looking good. Okay, and all the resources seems to be stable, so that's good. In fact, we can start maybe with the sausage production now as well. It's going to also give us a nice boost.
How do?
So it's 1 to 1. Okay, so for every slaughterhouse we need 1 pig farm. I just need a few extra farmers over here, so we're going to just fill up that space.
We make the best of what we have.
I want to see now, so for the lifestyle needs we can open up lava for them, which will give us an extra farmer and also extra coin. And we can also give the farmer soap, which normally is exclusive for the workers and up. But if we open it up for the farmers, then we do get additional farmers to the city and extra coin. I think I would rather want to just boost my soap production first before I open it up for them. But the flour we could probably do. Okay, so you can see our income is now going to exponentially rise because we're delivering the Schnaps as well as the bread. Now I've got to just keep an eye with the straight route that we've got currently going, if it's going to be enough resources at a time to sustain it. I think we might have to push it up to 20. But you see, I don't want to use too much of the resources on this side and then I take the food and the stuff away from the people on this island. So I've got to kind of like just keep a balance until I've pushed my production up quite a bit.
Bish bang dibbly. There she blows.
Ready for orders.
There we go. So we've got now 9,000 additional coin or dollars. It does look like a dollar sign. They call it coin. Now, of all the goods that you can make available for the workers, the beer gives you the most tax return. So if you supply your workers with beer, they will give you a really good tax return. Now we are going to have to settle on this island to collect some hops, and then we're going to have to transport it maybe to this island over here to then do our beer production. We've got the wheat, of course, so we can just build additional wheat farms, and then we can run everything from this island.
No less than we deserve.
So ideally, we can place a church here for the people as well, which gives them a big amount of happiness additionally. But we've got such limited space, so I don't know if I am going to build a church on this island specifically. We can build it on the island here by Dedenbury. But now what I need to focus on is to push my production for the sausage as well as for the soap, so that we can deliver that to them over here, and then we can upgrade them to artisans, and then from there we can go to the next step of our mission to build a metropolis on the small island. So I'm going to just carry on adding some more houses over here. We need to make sure that they've also got enough supplies of everything. So I'm going to just keep on adding houses as far as I can. The houses only cost timber, and we've got plenty of timber at this stage. A good idea might be actually to add some more of these fisheries. So let's just place another fishery over here. And I think I'm going to just go ahead and add myself also a warehouse. Okay, perfect. So then I'm going to boost my clothing production, because we're catering now for much bigger population.
You here, master?
And then my intention is to have enough clothing production and fishing production so that I can take back basically the fishing production and the clothing production away from this island, and then we can utilize all of the space for the actual city. Now what I am going to do is, we've got enough wood as it is already, so we're going to remove our forestries, our lumberjacks, and the sawmills. We're going to just take that away, and then I'm going to just boost my clothing production, and we're going to start importing clothes from Dedenbury. Alright, so I'm going to build myself another schooner, and let's just see if we've got any quests here from the NPCs. So Eli has got something for us.
Why not share some of my
Destruction quest, okay.
with you?
Well, if it's a frigate, then we can do it, or two small schooners. We can also face them. It's actually one little schooner. Oh, that's very easy. So I'm going to send my flagship out just to take out this schooner, or rather, sorry, a gunboat. It just looks like a schooner. And you can see our income is looking pretty good. 350 in the plus. Okay, so that's how we want it. I'm going to expand my Schnaps production. We're catering really for a big population at this stage. So we've got 2,100 people that we've got to supply the Schnaps for now. So I just need to make sure that all the potato fields are in the same line. Otherwise my OCD is going to kick in. And yeah, let's just do another distillery right over there like so. So we should be able to fit in 6 very nicely here. Nice and tight. I'm going to upgrade my warehouse. We've got so much production going over here, so we do need the warehouse upgraded. So in this way, you've got more of the carriages that's going to walk around, and they'll be able to collect more things at the same time. So let's also boost our clothing production. I'm probably not placing the buildings in the best way possible, but I'll rearrange it on a later stage when we start to run out of territory, because we will eventually do run out of territory. Okay, so let's see. We can build for this island. In fact, you know, we can build a church. I'm going to go ahead and remove these 6 houses over here. That will give us a good space to place the church in. Let's just see here. Just need to rotate this way around.
This
There we go. Okay, so this is going to make them really happy. And I want to really get going with my steel production. So before I'm going to start with the steel production, I'm going to need another schooner. So I am currently busy building one, but this schooner is particularly or specifically going to take the fishies. It's going to take the fishies and the clothes from Duddenbury or Dedenbury to Silver Lining, our main town or our featuring town for this playthrough. So once I've got the clothing that's going to come in and out to this town, then I can remove my production over here and I can just use the rest of the space basically just to build residential buildings.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Let's just speed this up. I want to try and take this gunboat out before they reach the pirates, and then I'm definitely going to have issues. There we go. Alright, so now we've got to just return this cargo. Oh, it's actually prisoners that's escaped. So we're going to return them to Eli, and hopefully we can get a decent amount of money.
You can't escape.
I know we are going to get, let's see here, I think it's 8,600. Let's see here, for this later, we're only getting 1,250. That's okay. I think I'm going to just sell that person back to Eli. Then we're making at least like 10,000 coins, so that's really good. Alright, so we've got another schooner that's done.
A law abider.
And now for this schooner, we're going to also set up a trade route here from Dedenbury. Let's just do this. The Mal Shrimp, right? From Dedenbury, we're going to go to Silver Lining, and you're going to take the fish and the clothing. Right, we're going to take it across. That's it. There we go. So I'm going to have to big time step up my clothing production over here now, because the people are going to start complaining now about the clothing. I suppose I can place another warehouse over here. Let's just do that. Okay, cool. Right, I've got to now also boost my population a little bit. It is currently going into the minus now because we're using the clothing that's actually supposed to come for this town as well. But it will balance each other out very soon. You'll see. I'm going to just maybe have to do 1 or 2 extra of these. Let's do it like this. It's kind of a pain with all the structures being different sizes. You've got to really think of how you want to space it out. Okay. Let's just do it like this. Okay, so currently we do have a work shortage, which is okay. We're going to sort it out very soon.
We need more farm hands.
I'm going to just let the fisheries sleep for now. I think we've got enough fish in any case, yeah. So let's just let them sleep for now. I'm going to also stop my lumberjack sites, just to balance everything out. You'll see now it will start to recover as everybody's getting the clothing again.
You don't always need to.
Sails.
So I'm going to sell this character back to Eli.
Steersman.
And I'm going to have to build myself another schooner. And this schooner specifically is going to transport, I believe, the soap and the sausages. Okay, so yeah, that's right. So we've got the fish and the clothing. Schnaps and bread, and then we need the soap and the sausages. And then from there, let's just see what else we need. Okay, so aside from that, we're only going to need a school then additionally. So I'm going to just wait a little while before I tear down these buildings. But I'm going to have to place more structures in order to unlock the school. Or, sorry, not to unlock the school, but in order for them to be able to utilize the school, I need 750 workers on this island specifically. In fact, you know what? I can upgrade these houses because we don't use them for any workforce other than for the framework knitters that we've got currently. The only thing is we are going to need workers for the coal mines. And I'm going to have to transport the coal. I'm going to get a schooner to just specifically transport the coal. And for us to open up the coal mine, we need 250 artisans. Okay. Well, let's just check this out. I can place these charcoal kilns temporarily. Yeah, this is going to be the solution for me. I'm going to have to place 1 or 2 of these, and then I can place a furnace as well as the steelworks. I need to get that production going because it costs really a lot to buy the steel beams from Archibald. So it's better for me to just produce it. And I want to get my soap production also up significantly because I know with the soap, I can sell that to Eli and he gives me good money for that. In fact, I do want to maybe sell off a little bit of soap to Eli. Let's do 50 for now. I want to really build up my cash. So let's sell off that 50. I can open up the fisheries again. We've got enough workforce now. So let's open up everything here. I'm going to just place some more farmer houses as well. Let's do that. I'm going to just take it all the way through. Why not? Let's just do it like that. I want to try and utilize all of the space that I can. That's why I've got kind of like a grid layout here for this town. Now, in order for me to produce beer, I'm going to have to settle on this island. So I think this is also something that I need to do still within this episode. I need to settle here to get a hop production going. And then additionally, we are going to get limestone as well, which we don't have here. And we also don't have it on this island. So the limestone is going to be very important to build ourselves or to get ourselves the reinforced concrete for the more advanced structures. Alrighty, so let's see. Okay, we've got our soap here by Eli. So there we get a good chunk of money. We're almost doubling our money really. So that's why I just thought I'm going to deliver the soap now. Right, so ideally I would love to just get some more soap works going here. Maybe we should get started with that. Alright, so I can fit another pig farm in here. 1, 2, 3, 5, there we go. And possibly another one I can squeeze in there. Okay, they are still in range with the warehouse. This one might be a little bit too far, but let's just see. Okay, so there's another 2. And we're going to need to get ourselves another 2 rendering works. That is the thing. So let's do another 2 rendering works. Just place the blueprints. And also the same for the soap factory. It's going to require a lot of workforce. And it specifically uses the workers, I believe. Let's just see here. Yeah, we need 40 workers for the rendering work. So that's 80 in total plus 50. That's 130 that we need. So we do have enough workforce for that. And I'm going to maybe go ahead and get some extra steel beams from Archibald. Let's do that. Okay, so with our current trade routes, we've got the fish, the clothing, Schnaps and bread. Okay, I want to first push my soap production a little bit more before I start transporting the soap to this island. But I think it's fair to say that the clothing is doing good. So we can then compensate by taking these away. And I can build myself some more residential houses over here. Our imports are doing the job now. Okay, good. So we've got a pretty good population here currently. We've got on this island, we've got a total of 740 population. That's a real decent amount. We can just systematically operate more of them. We're generating some really good revenue from here because we've got no production going. So let's just see actually what's happening here. Trying to remember. Ah, there we go. That's it. Yeah, so you can see here for the silver lining. Yeah, we got a very good income that we're generating from that. Okay, cool. Let's see, we've got a quest from Madam Kina.
And especially
Delivery quest.
your key.
Pick up, okay.
Adjust the sail.
Let's do this. I'm going to just use my little schooner now to pick up whatever we need from Madam Kina. And we've got my flagship now that's going to Archibald to just fetch some steel beams. Let's see how all the production is doing. So, yeah, everything's looking good so far. I believe we can push the bread production maybe a little bit further. I'm going to leave that space open for the Schnaps distillery. And let's just place the flour mill over here like so. And then I need to look for a location for the bakeries. I'm going to do another 2 bakeries. We're still very much in the plus, so we can do some extra bakeries. That's fine. Here we go. Okay, good. So I think we're pretty well kitted now at the moment for the current population that we've got. I'm going to have to push the farmers even a little bit further. You can see we require a little bit extra workforce over here. So let's just do it maybe like so. I'm gonna make 6 houses in a block. Let's bring the road around. I'll probably move this fire department to someplace else. Yeah, let's maybe just squeeze it in like so. And there we can fit another house, 2 houses in there. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you see now I'm using the maximum amount of space that I can here for the town. Right, and we need to deliver to this ship over here. Okay, that's perfect. We're still in a very much a safe zone, so I don't mind that. And I'm gonna go ahead, let's see, 20... we've got a good amount of income. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky and just buy some bricks from Archibald as well, because we're going to need it now for a lot of buildings that we are going to set up. So 7,000, yeah, that's fine.
Flagship at your service.
It was a really good idea that I sold that soap to Eli, and we're systematically just going to build the soap up again. I'm going to have to do some extra sausage production also. So before I send anything to Silver Lining, I'm going to have to really step my game up here as well with the sausage production. So I can build these silos, right? And I think maybe within the next episode I'll look into that, just adding some silos here for the pig farms, because we're going to then double our production, and that will take less workforce, but we are going to need more wheat, or more grain rather, whichever one it is. Grain. Okay, cool. Grain wheat, I suppose it's the same thing. So let's just add another slaughterhouse, and there we go. So you can see now Edinburgh became less attractive. It's now called an ordinary port town because it's really not attractive with all of the agriculture going on. We'll have to maybe look at getting a museum or a zoo or something here just to boost the attractiveness. That's going to really help us with the income, with the tourists, of course. Okay, so let's drop the bricks off as well as the beams. Okay, now we've got a lot of construction material that we can use. I think I would like to set up myself a police station somewhere here. Yeah, let's maybe set up one over there. And one on this side. They're quite expensive, 2,500 to build this police station. I am going to get a decent amount of money now just delivering this cargo for Madam Kina.
Plenty to get stuck into.
Attention for the Admiral.
I just want to see if we are going to produce hops, right? It's only going to cost me timber to produce the hops. So I was thinking maybe I must just go ahead and build myself another settlement. So we're going to need 8 steel beams, and then I'm going to just load a whole bunch of wood. I'm going to load here onto the flagship, and we will settle this island over here. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to just build a few farmer houses with the hop farms. I think that's pretty much it. So I'll start by building the town on this little corner over here, and then we can utilize basically the rest of the island just for production. So let's send the flagship out, and you can see my income has dropped significantly. So we need to make a plan to boost this. Let's see here. Okay, so I can boost my Schnaps production. That will help us with the income. Schnaps is running low a little bit. And yeah, you see, that's why I want to get the beer going. We're gonna get a very good amount of coin from that. With the school, we don't get any extra income from the school, but we do get a few extra workers. And then this is the lifestyle needs. Okay, so this will come also in handy on a later stage. We can supply the workers with beef, which we can unlock in the artisan level. Hot sauce will be in the new world, and then the rum is also in the new world. So rum is going to be fantastic because we're going to get the workers to use rum as well as the artisans. So let's check this out. We've got enough workforce to set up ourselves another potato farm and a distillery. There we go. So there's our extra potato farm, and we've got another distillery running. So let's see if this is going to be sufficient for us to provide the schnapps for this town and for Silver Lining. Okay, so our flagship has just arrived and we can start settling on this town. I'm going to do a few basic structures, nothing too fancy. I just literally want to get the hops going so that we can then transport the hops to Deddenbury, and then from here we can produce the beer. I think to have all the production just on one island, it would make more sense. Now I also want to change the name. Wilson Richard, you gave us an idea. Autobusk. So let's just change that. I really like the name. Autobusks. Yes, so we can call it that. And you know, at the end of the day, this is going to be our manufacturing island. So this island will be like my agricultural island. And then here we're going to do the heavy manufacturing.
I forget what it's like.
So I'm going to just let the road run through. We will have a few houses, of course, because we're going to need the extra workforce. Once Silver Lining gets upgraded to engineers, we're going to really start running out of workforce quickly. Okay, so I like this single roads that goes all the way across the island. it's just easier to organize everything if you build it like this. And what I want to do, first things first, we've got to set up a few houses. Let's just do a road like here so that we can reach all the houses. That's very important. So we're going to do it like that. Let's do a block of 8 houses. And let's do it like so. We're going to have our town center here. And another few houses. Okay, this should be fine for now. And now all I want to do at this stage, I want to add 1 fishery. And we can get some timber. I think I'm only going to do 1 of those as well, just to help us getting the construction material. And we can do the same here. We can just do 1 of this. Alright, so let's just wait for the wood to accumulate now. We've got our sawmill over here, so they will start cutting down the trees and giving us timber. And then once I've got a decent amount of timber, I'm going to just let this run on its own. And then we can use that timber to build ourselves 1 framework knitter. That's all we're going to need. And then I want to look for a place, maybe on this side, where I can place my hops. And then we're going to get a ship that can transport the hops from Porto Basque to Dedinbury. Now it's going to get pretty crowded with my harbor trading post that I've got over here. Until I've got some piers going, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. And the piers we only unlock, I believe, on Artisan level. Yeah, so that's only going to come on the Artisan level. So it's going to get a little bit clustered because we're doing so much trade, seeing that we've got to bring all the goods to the small island over here. They're not producing anything at the moment except for some fish. This is like a proper fishing village now. So let's see, I'm going to build 4 houses like that. Yeah, I'm going to just squeeze them in like so. Now, you know what I like to do? I like to actually use decorations over here. We don't have any decorations available at the moment. I think I only will get it unlocked at Artisan level. Oh, actually, no. Here it is. I forgot the tabs changed a long time ago. The temperate growth. Okay, so this is what I would like to do with my tones. On the borders, I just place a whole bunch of these trees. It gives a lot of life to your town. So I would just fill all this empty slots that you get right at the edge of the town. And look how big of a difference that makes. And it does make the town more attractive as well, which will help for your income when you start getting the tourists piers. Okay, right, so let's see here. Flagship. Let's load some bricks. I'm going to just take the bricks down here to silver lining, and yeah, let's just maybe go for the bricks. I'm going to drop this off so that I can upgrade the harbor. I believe it will make the trade a little bit quicker if we've got an upgraded harbor.
You reached a new milestone.
Okay, so we've got a village going here. Our income is looking a little bit better. Let's see, for all the goodies, yeah, it seems to be climbing. It seems to be climbing nicely, although the bread is still on the low side. Let's see what's happening on the side. Okay, cool. So our bread supply is almost full. That's a really good sign. We'll have to push the clothing production a little bit more. Now you see, we can also add the silos for the sheep farms on a later stage. Let's maybe do this. Let's add another sheep farm over here. And we can do the framework knitters. I'm going to just place like so. There we go. Okay, so you can see Annie is coming with more ships now. She's got 4 patrolling ships, but it's only the small one, so that's fine. I need to significantly boost my population so that we can start buying some clippers here from Archibald and also producing our own clippers. So in order for us to produce the clippers, we need to have at least 750 artisans. So we're going to be stuck on the schooners for quite some time. Okay, now I've got to determine with this schooner over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this schooner to just transport some wood for us here to Port Basque, and then I'll use this specific one to transport the hops from this island to Dedenbury. So let's load some wood. Yeah, 50 should be fine. Let's just load this off to Basque. And I'm going to just do 1 framework knitter, so that will help us with the population. Give us a little bit of extra coin. Just supply all the basic needs, you know. Let's see here. With the pub, we do get a lot of happiness with the pub, so it's maybe a good idea just to place that as well. Let's see here. We've got only 1 pub on that side for this island, so we can maybe do another pub here. Gonna just do it like that. It's gonna give us some extra happiness and some extra income. Okay, so there you can see the bread production is now slowly picking up. I am thinking, I'm considering this strongly, right? To just disallow the usage of soap for this island, for Dedenbury. We will lose a lot of our workforce, but I think that's maybe the way to go. And of course we will lose a lot of our income. Well, initially we will. But once I've got a whole bunch of workers on this little island over here, it's gonna make a big difference. Okay, so I dropped the bricks off. Forgot we actually used all the wood as well. So I'll just fetch some more here from Dedenbury. And we can drop this off. Okay, cool. So let's set up our pub. And just build a few extra houses over here. Okay, and I'm going to leave it like this now. And then I'm going to open up my hops production. Let's just see where we want to do that specifically. You know what? Let's do this. I'm going to pull the road across. So I'm going to corner this space off specifically for hops. Let's see, how many should we do? I think we could do maybe about 4 of these. I think it should be okay. Maintenance cost is -20. It's very expensive. Okay, so let's maybe do 3, right? Now I need to utilize all of the space, so I'm kind of doing it like this, just filling it up from the side. Okay, there we go.
You look as radiant as ever.
So the hop production is up, and my money also seems to be up. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and place another one. I think 4 is going to be enough for what we want to do. And I'm only going to supply beer for Dedenbury. And this is going to be a nice counterweight for the soap and the sausages that I'm not going to release to Dedenbury. So Sea Sponge, I want you, Sea Sponge, here we go. I want you to go from Port Basque to Dedenbury. and you're going to only collect the hops for me. And you know what? Let's maybe load 10 wood at a time. We've got some extra construction material we can just drop off there. Why not? Okay, so let's do it like that. And once the beer, or once the hops, I've got a decent amount of hops coming into Dedinbury, we can set up our beer production. And I'm going to then disallow or discontinue the usage of soap on this island, and I'm going to only give to Silver Lining. Now you see the soap accumulates pretty quickly, so we've got another 62 soap. And I think I'm going to just go ahead and drop another 50 off by Eli. So you can see our money has gone down quite a bit. So it's time for us to just get some extra income. And I'll build myself another schooner. And now, would you believe it? On the town that I just started, they are starting a fire. Okay, so let's just do that. See if we can counter away that fire. There we go. Now Archibald's got another quest for us.
Now, here is a vital matter. Buckaroo!
Oh. Okay, he wants 26 bricks. Oh, that's not really ideal for me. I do need the bricks. So I'm now thinking if I really want to complete that quest. Alright, so we're just selling all our soap. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe drop off those bricks by Archibald, because I can buy those bricks for less. It's going to cost me less if I buy the same amount of bricks. Okay, so that is kind of, it could be in our favor actually. So for 26 bricks, it's probably going to cost less than half if I buy it back from him. So let's do that. It's kind of like a little loophole in the game.
Ship constructed.
Now I'm tempted to build this soap factory, the second one, but if I cut off the soap and the sausages for this town over here, it's not going to be needed for me to immediately build another soap factory. But however, I do want to get the beer going. That is definitely a top priority. So let's add another 2 grain farms. And we can connect them over here like so. And I'm going to set up a warehouse on this side.
What brings you here, master?
Okay, great. So we've got those extra 2 wheat farms or grain farms going, and then I'm going to need a malt house, and then from the malt house we're going to need, let's just see here, we can build ourselves 2 breweries. Okay, so the malt takes 30 seconds to produce and 1 minute for the beer, so to cancel it out we need 2 breweries. I'm just going to need a bigger workforce first before I build my second brewery. Let's just see here. Dirt road. Yeah, cool. Let's just do that. So we will start producing the beer. I've got to now first build my population a bit further. So let's do this. And we can build another marketplace like that. And we're going to need another pub. And ideally, I think I'm going to just go ahead and place it over there like so. Yeah.
Wake me up when you're ready.
Right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just let the 2 lumberjack huts run. We've got enough wood at the moment, so I'm going to take those away.
Aye, aye.
Okay, so Archibald wants 26 bricks. So let's go drop that off him, and I'm going to buy the same amount back, maybe just a little bit more. And we can purchase some extra steel beams as well. Okay, then from there we've got the beer going, a decent amount of beer going, and that's going to really boost our balance. You can see it's going to look so much better. So when that accumulates the beer, we're going to really get a decent amount of income.
You're ready. I am quite penetrated by your
So
kindness.
let's just check this out. Okay, everything else seems to be looking good.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Let's just go ahead and buy ourselves. I'm gonna maybe go for, yeah, let's go for 50, 2,500. You see, that's a much better price. So if Archibald ever asks you for bricks, just check out how much he's willing to pay you for it, and he will probably sell it for a much better price. So just sell the bricks off to him and purchase it back from him at a much lower price. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let's order 20 steel beams. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that.
New orders.
But I still need to unlock the school. Let's just check here about silver lining.
Oh, yeah, talk of the privileged.
We're lacking a decent amount of Schnaps still. We need a little bit less than 200. You see, if we supply the sausages and the soap, the population is probably going to be enough to help us build the school. And I'll probably build the school over here, I think. And another one we can build over here at the bottom. We've got to kind of like spread it out. Okay, great. So I'm only going to, let's just see, we don't have any steel beams. I want to first determine what a school will cost me. It is going to be 20. Okay, you know what, so let's keep those steel beams. We're going to need that for the school. I'm going to only unload 20 of the bricks. There we go. And let's just drop this off. Right, so I can upgrade a few of the workers now. We're going to need that workforce specifically for the brewery. Right, so the second brewery is up and running. We are probably going to need another fire department, so it gets really volatile with all the distilleries going here. Okay, but from here we're going to start generating a decent amount of beer. And we're only going to make it available for this town specifically. Now I do have the option now to provide this town with a school. But I think I want to maybe already set up everything for silver lining so that we can get the artisans going on that side. Then afterwards I'll maybe upgrade the artisans on this side. But I want to focus mainly on getting this town progressed as quickly as I can. I keep on forgetting to drop the wood though. So let's just take a whole bunch of wood from here so that I can deliver that. Okay, so
New orders.
puddle duck. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take puddle duck And I'm going to just let him take, let's just do 20 soap at a time and 20 sausages at a time. I think that would just help to balance everything a little bit better. Let's do it like that. And I'm going to use my flagship now just to get a whole bunch of wood. Then we can build a few extra houses here, and then we can also place our school. And we'll have our first artisans available. So yeah, let's do 100 wood. That's good. We are bringing some wood in here from Porto Basque. And let's just see how's the supplies looking here. Got a decent amount of fish and clothing. So I'm going to just go ahead and add a few extra houses over here. We can generate a small income from this, but it still helps at this stage. Okay, and let's see here. So we've got the beer fully supplied now. Still want to upgrade this depot over here, or the warehouse rather. But that will have to wait. I'm going to use the resources that I'm going to get now to build the school. Let's just maybe go ahead and take away these houses over here. That's going to be for the school. Yeah, we're just going to squeeze it in there. That fits in very nicely.
Every field has its weeds.
And what we can do is we can maybe add some extra temperate grove over here. Just to fill that space. And just make it look a little bit more lively. Yeah, see how nice that looks. Okay, we've got our wood coming in. Okay, and just on time, we're also going to drop off the soap now. And our sausages. Okay, perfect stuff. So let's just see. Now that we've got the sausages and the soap going, I think we're going to have enough population once all these houses upgrade. I'll just maybe do this. Let's just do those 6 houses. And I'm going to put down the school. Let's just do that. Alright, yeah, we're going to have enough population when both those meters are filled. We're going to get it.
Flagship ready for orders.
I was thinking of stopping them to use the sausage and the soap on this side. But I don't know, it's maybe going to put us more back than it's going to do good. Instead, I'm going to just maybe place myself another rendering works and a soap factory. Let's just get that going and upgrade this warehouse over here. So that just boosts our income a bit more. And then from here we can also upgrade a few extra of these farmhouses. Let's see, okay, that looks good. Alright, everything is relatively stable at this stage.
Attention for the Admiral.
Okay, you see now I've got all this space open. I can add some more residential houses on this side, but I'm gonna just give it some time. Another problem that I've got though with this island specifically, I'm going to need to have a space for the oil to be delivered, and then also to put a railway up somewhere in between. That's going to be very challenging. You know, alternatively, I can just let the rail work run on this side. In fact, let's just maybe do this. I'm going to keep this space open for the rail work, the rail network. Let's just do it like that. We can maybe put the power plant in here or there, or maybe even over here. Then it should reach the majority of the space, I believe. Okay, bummer. Okay, so we've got all our distilleries that's burnt.
High and mighty, eh?
Okay, so we only require steel beam still to upgrade to artisan level. So I do want to get my first artisans going. So let's go ahead and just take those steel beams. We can build ourselves at least 4 artisan houses. Now this is nice because I think this will open us up to the new world as well, to go and explore the new world. Archibald's not selling any ships yet to me, so I've got to probably boost my population even further. Yeah, let's just do it like so. Okay, so everything looks good. Yeah, it still looks very good. I think the bread, obviously, we can push even a little bit further.
The fire left ruins behind.
Let's just go ahead and add another potato farm
We're taking
with another
everything
distillery. Okay, good. Right, we're gonna just add one more distillery. Oh, I've got some good news all around.
Coordinates plotted.
Okay, so you can see that the income is looking really good. We've got 280 in the plus. And I'm going to place my first artisans. They also generate a decent amount of income. Well, I would say more specifically, if you supply the artisans with rum, then they get really excited. And they will pay you good money for that. Right, so we've got enough building resources now, I think, to build 4 artisan houses at least. Well, let's maybe just do this 3.
You reach a new
There we go.
milestone.
Okay, so there is enough for 3 in any case. There we go. So we've got our first artisans on Silver Lining, which is a great accomplishment to have artisans on a little island like this. So we're moving into the right direction. And now from here you can see we're starting to get the expeditions now from our captain. And this will allow us to enter the new world. Now I think I'm going to leave this for the next episode, and
Flagship ready for
I'll
orders.
probably have to use my flagship to go out. Most probably. Because I still can't produce any clippers as of yet. I'm going to need a lot of artisans, 750 artisans. That's going to take quite some time to get to that level. And there might be a possibility that Archibald will sell us a clipper. I just have to boost my population a little bit further. So in any case, we're going to take it further. I'm going to add a few more houses here. It is developing nicely. I need to get some additional resources also here to upgrade more houses to the artisan level. But let's just add a few houses like this. I need to significantly improve my population in order for me to start getting ships from Archibald, and also to unlock my own clipper ships that I can build. Now I need to get a clipper ship or my flagship. I need to use that to go into the new world, otherwise I won't make it. Now I want to keep my flagship, I want to keep in the old world, just in case Anne Harlow the pirate decides to attack me. At the moment it's my only defensive ship that I've got, so I think it would be a good idea just to keep my flagship over here. So I'm adding a few extra houses. We're going to need another marketplace. Let's just place that over there. Now you'll see here that the new goods that we need here for the artisans is we need canned foods, we need sewing machines, fur coats, and then also the university that will come on a later stage. So those are the additional things that we are going to require. Alrighty, so let's see if we can push our population on this side also maybe a little bit more. I need quite a few extra workers here on this island because I need to get my iron production going. So we've got 2 iron deposits over here, and we can use charcoal kilns to generate the charcoal to then make the steel. Or the iron, what do you call it? Yeah, the steel, that's it, okay. So let's go ahead and place ourselves a mine over here. Okay, and then I need to look for some locations where I can place the kilns. Now I'm going to go ahead and just place maybe 2 over here like so. And then we can add ourselves a furnace not too far from here. Because then they've got access to all the raw materials that they need. Okay, so let's do this. We've got our furnace up. I want to definitely add some more sheep farms over here. Let's just see. Okay, we're producing enough wool. So I think I just need maybe another framework knitter. So let's do that maybe. There we go. Alright, so the furnace is up. But now we're going to need a much bigger workforce in order to build the steelworks. You can see that our workforce has gone down quite a bit. So let's just go ahead and add a few more extra houses over here. And I'm going to just do... let's maybe do this. Just make it one big block. And bring it around like that. There we go. Okay. Right, so I'm going to wait for my population now just to build up. Let's see, we need a school. Then we can also improve the workforce quite significantly. Let's see here. Our money is looking very good. There's a festival going here at Dynasty, so we are making some extra income. We're now plus 2,000 in the positive.
Flagship ready for orders.
I'm going to just head out to Archibald and just look for some extra material. Oh, here we go. So he's got a clipper now that he's willing to sell.
Taking the initiative.
Okay, this is fantastic. Alright, so this is really great because I'm going to use this clipper now to enter the new world. I'm going to just need some material, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and buy a few pieces of timber. Let's maybe just go for the 50 in any case. And then I'm going to go here to Dynasty, and I need to get some food and maybe something else I can also add onto the clipper. And then from there we can go onto the expedition to open up the new world. Then I want to set up an island as quickly as possible to get the rum going. And once we've got the rum, then we're going to really start making some good money. Through the artisans, that is. You'll see that the artisans, they require the rum. Now we need 500 artisans in order for them to utilize the rum. So we will keep on expanding in the old world at the same time as we're expanding in the new world. Alright, so they've actually got another clipper now available for me to buy. It's very tempting to buy it, really, to be honest. But I don't have that much money yet, so... You know what, let's just maybe buy the steel for now. That's definitely a priority for me, the steel and the bricks. 12,000, okay. Let's do that. And I'm going to just drop it off here. What I haven't done yet, that I should have done probably a while ago, is I should set up a passive trade over here. So I'm going to sell wood if it's over 100. Let's do that. And the sales also. We can sell if that's over 100. We don't want our storage is just to build up and then it's just sitting there and we can't do anything with it. So I'm going to start selling some stuff. So Archibald and Madam Kina, I don't know if Eli has got a ship, but Madam Kina and Archibald will definitely come trade with me. Okay, so now we've got a destruction quest, which we can get 30,000 coin for. I'm going to maybe accept it and just see what we need to destroy.
Righty-ho.
2 frigates. Oh no, that's not gonna work.
Failed?
Okay, now I'm gonna cancel that quest. That's not gonna work for me. Let's see what Madame Kahina has got first.
I can't promise.
An
it's
escort quest.
dangerous.
Okay.
Let me
Well,
know
that one I
when
can
you
accept.
found the deed.
This one I can accept. I can use my flagship for that. So we're going to just drop these goods off at Denbury. And then I'll send the flagship up here to this ship that I need to escort. Now we do have a limited time, but I'm sure we will be okay. Okay, so our cargo ship, we're going to need some food. Bread is a good one. So let's just take maybe 20 bread. And I'm going to just take maybe a few pieces of Schnaps. There we go. So let's see if we send this clipper out. Yeah, there we go. So you can see we've got 100% morale heading out for this expedition. So the goods that you load onto the ship has got a few other benefits. So you can see Schnaps has got a medicinal benefit and the bread has got a faith benefit. And then you also get some crafting here for the wood. So we actually fulfill all those categories, and then obviously the rations is any type of food. So let's go ahead and say start the expedition. And then we go ahead and open up the new world. So you can see over here they've got a whole festival going. It's going to run still for another 22 minutes, so that's great. We get really, really good money from that. Alright, here comes my flagship. It's really heavily loaded. That's why it's taking so long. So I'm going to just drop off all those goodies. And let's send the flagship to escort this ship over here. Okay, so from here we can upgrade a few more extra houses. Let's maybe just do another 4. I need 150 workers in order for me to set up the steelworks. So I think what we can do is let's add a few extra houses over here. And let's see how the resources are doing. So everything's still building up nicely. I think the sausages is a little bit on the low side. So we could maybe look into just adding maybe another pig farm with sausage production.
We put our love into them.
Now ideally I want to set up the silos that you can connect here to the pig farms. Then we can give them some feed. Let's see. Okay, but we need grain in order for that to do that. Now, once I've got a decent amount of money, I can also go to Archibald or to Eli. I can get certain items that I can slot into my... I just want to see what you call it. The town hall. That is right. Okay. So I've got certain items that I can slot into the town hall, which can then improve my workforce. So that's for me also kind of like a priority. Okay, Madam Kahina. There we go. Let's do this escort. Usually you've just got a few gunboats, or maybe the odd frigate that will attack the escorting ship. Doesn't seem like I've got to escort the ship far. Looks like it's like right up against the map, at the end of the map. So we might not have to do a long escort. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now you can see we've got these gunboats attacking.
Ship under attack.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and sail in between these two boats. Then I can shoot both of these boats at the same time. There we go. So that's a good way to attack two boats at the same time. Got him. Great stuff. Okay, sausages and schnapps, it's on the low side. Let's maybe go ahead and add another distillery. Yeah, all these potato farms, they're looking really nice at the moment. Okay, so there we go. Got another distillery up in there. That's it. Okay, that should keep us going. Right, so the money is accumulating nicely. I just want to see if we want to build a pier. Okay, so we need 250 artisans in order to build a pier. But another problem that we've got with pier specifically is that we do need windows. So I need to get that going. And we can get the sand mine up pretty much on any island. So, you know, I'm tempted to set it up here on Silver Lining, but we've got such limited space here already. I don't know. And then another thing is we do need the lumberjack as well. So alternatively, I can set it up on this side as well. Just want to see. So, oh, but we need workers and then we need artisans to do this whole production. You see, so the problem is going to come. I'm going to have to upgrade some of these houses to artisans. So what I can do is I need to set up a school here. And I'm going to just go ahead and remove these 4 houses. And let's go ahead and squeeze a school in right over there. So I am kind of forced to place artisan houses on this side. Okay, right, so let's check this out. I'm gonna just have to wait for them now to fill their meter over here. So you can see now there everything is fulfilled. The school, the soap, the bread, and everything. Okay, so I think we need to escort the ship to the harbor there by Madam Kina. We're almost there. We're gonna get a good income there. Now I want to see what I can get maybe here by Archibald that we can slot into the town hall. Okay, nothing really of value. Let's see with Eli.
I'm watching your every move.
Yeah, okay, so nothing really that I want at this stage. And I don't want to do a reroll. That's also quite pricey. So I'm gonna just leave that for now. Let's see what Madam Kina has got. Okay, so she's got all the different fertilities. This can actually be quite handy, I must say. Now we can do our bell pepper farms over here, right? That is another thing that we can do. Because we want to get the goulash going. That's one of the first needs that we have for the artisans.
Flagship at your service.
Is it done? I forget what it's.
There we go. Alright, so we've got that quest fulfilled. Just want to see. Let's see. Okay, we can buy rum and chocolate so far from Madam Kina. And we've got all the different fertilities. What I'm going to do is I've got that extra money now, so I think I'm going to head out to Archibald again. I'm going to buy some extra steel and some extra bricks. And I'm definitely going to add myself another clipper.
Just say the word.
And I'm going to just park this clipper here for now.
You ain't half good to us.
Okay, right, let's just check this out. So I've got a really decent workforce on the worker level. So let's go ahead and set up our steelworks. Just want to do a few changes over here. So these framework knitters we can move. And I think we can do something maybe over here as well. Yeah, let's do this. And I'm going to pull the road. Actually, you know, let's do this. I'm going to take it like down there. And we can bring the road around like so. And there we've got our first steelworks up and running. Okay, cool. What's nice about the steelworks, obviously it's not a necessity, so I can always stop the steelworks if I'm struggling with my workforce. I can stop them temporarily. That is something that I can do while I'm still in the early stages of the game. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my quartz mine over here as well. Let's see, it's 30 seconds to do that, 30 seconds for the glass. So it's 1 to 1. Yeah, and then we can make 2 window makers. So let's do one of that, one of that. Okay, we require the artisans, of course. I'm gonna fix that now. Just need to let the workforce balance. There we go. Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. So now we need another 100. Oh my goodness. Actually need so many artisans just to do this production. So we are going to have to keep on expanding over here. Now the city is getting pretty big. Let's see, we've got now almost 3,000 people living on this island. Let's just maybe do it like this. And I want to place a pub here also close by. That will just make the people a little bit more happy. And bring it around there. So let's see. Who can we upgrade? Oh, we need extra wood.
Good and ready.
Okay, no problem. So I'm going to purchase some extra steel over here from Archibald. And then I think I'm also going to just add some extra wood. Now what we can do is over here, I'm going to add my bell pepper farms. We've got a pretty decent workforce and I think we only need the farmer level. Yeah, so we can do the red pepper farm. We can set that up quickly. And I think I'm going to just go ahead and place 4. Let's do it like so.
Fields might help.
Okay, there we go. Right, so we've got the bell peppers now up and running. And I think I'm going to then just replace this wood. We can replace with the actual bell pepper. Now I'm going to replace the schooner ships. I'm going to replace with clippers eventually. But for now we're going to just leave it like that. And then the schooners we can sell back to any of the NPCs really. So let's see what's happening here with our expedition. I have a doctor to intervene. Okay, that's only a plus 2% chance.
We're under the weather.
Okay, we didn't lose too much of the morale. You see, when you do the New World expedition, they are not so harsh with the negative effects that you get. But once you start doing these random expeditions, they can get pretty harsh. Where you can lose like 30-40% morale at a time. That's pretty crazy. And when you get to 0 morale, the ship will actually sink. and you won't get your ship back.
Ready for a challenge.
Right, so let's go ahead and get ourselves some additional steel. And I'm gonna just let's just purchase all the wood that we can.
Coordinates plotted.
Yeah, I see our soap is building up nicely. And we've got enough soap here on silver lining.
A new commission.
So we can maybe just look at selling another 50. Or maybe let's do 40. Yeah. Maybe let's do 40 soap. Residents provide bonus income from beer. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and sell 40 soap to Eli, and let's maybe just take 20 beer. I'm going to take with. I think we can get good money for that as well.
On our way.
Okay, right, so we're going to have to upgrade more workers. We need 100. There we go. And then in this way we can now set up our window makers. And this is quite expensive also. I remember this cost a lot of money just to build the window maker.
Everything seems up to the minute.
So it's 6,500 coin.
Novel business this is. So let me show you.
Okay, Tobias is just telling us now that we can build the docklands. Let's do this. Let's upgrade a few more farmer houses. Yeah, I'm gonna just do it like this. Okay, so we're going to set up the window maker. Let's do one. There we go. Okay, so we'll just do the one for now. So the windows are going to produce very slowly just with this one that we've got.
Be the star to steer us.
Okay, we just lost a little bit of morale, but that's okay. Gonna keep on going. Alright, so let's just sell this off. There we go. Okay, so we're still getting a significant more amount with the soap. Yeah, so we want to keep on selling the soap maybe, but in any case, trade. Let's see, Eli, what you've got for us here. Steelworks. Okay, nothing really too much of value for me.
Take the rudder.
It's important to be true. Hail to thee, high above the rest.
Okay, so in order to get the sewing machines, we need 250 artisans. This is an easier production to do. So I think I must maybe set up the sewing machine production first. So let's just upgrade another artisan. Okay, now we've got access to this. So let's see, so the steel production is going pretty well. We can see here that steel takes 30 seconds to produce. And for these steel beams, it takes 45 seconds to produce. So we'll have a little bit of extra steel left between the steelworks and this one furnace that we've got. There will be a small accumulation of the steel, which we can then use here for the sewing machine. But I'll have to place myself another furnace. I don't think I've got a choice if I want to set up the sewing machine over here. And that's going to also require another big workforce of the artisans.
I am humble.
So you can see my money is now significantly less because the festival has stopped. And yeah, let's just see how the needs are looking here.
Deserve.
Okay, it's actually looking pretty good. So that festival made a really big difference in the income. I didn't realize how much of a difference that it made. Okay, let's see here. So our fish and the clothing production is going down at this stage, which makes sense. We've got now a very big town over here, so I'm going to have to just expand it a little bit further. Let's add some more fishing production, and we're definitely going to have to do some extra clothing.
What brings you here, master?
And we can just go ahead and upgrade these warehouses as well. Now, ideally, I would like to get this rum production going. And I think I'm going to rather bring the rum towards this town over here, Dedenbury. On a later stage, we can maybe transport the rum from Dedenbury to Silver Lining. But I'm going to get way more money through Dedenbury because it's just such a much bigger town. And we're going to have way more artisans initially over here. Okay, there's a nice accumulation of money now again. Archibald just got a quest. I'm gonna go check it out now. Send your strongest fight. Diplomacy. Well, I think I've got some stuff for diplomacy. I'm not sure. No, I don't. Okay, we didn't lose any morale. That's good. Pickup quest. Okay, we can do that. So we've got a couple of windows. Now I want to see, there's a few buildings that requires windows to build. So the sewing machine factory is one of them. We need 8 windows to build the factory. But I do think it's going to be the best call to build the sewing machine factory first.
Certainly settles the stomach.
Attention for the Admiral.
Let's just see, where does he want me to drop it off? Oh, okay, to Madam Kina. Let's just maybe do that. Right, so I'm going to do what I did with the Silver Lining as well. We're going to add the Temperate Grove and just fill out all the empty spaces that we've got here. See how nice that looks. So this adds attractiveness to our town. Now it's obviously, the attractiveness is very low because of all the production buildings that we've got going. So we can actually go in here. Now you can see where we lose a lot of our attractiveness. The vulgarity is with all the type of production buildings that we've got going. And then we've got pollution as well from the steelworks, the charcoal kiln and the furnace. But we can kind of counterweigh it like by building a zoo or something that will actually add some attractiveness. So let's just go and do that. Upgrade these houses. So I will get extra workforce if I settle on more islands. Let's just see, where are we? expansion. Okay, so I'm gonna have to settle on more islands in order to unlock this conqueror effect. Just want to see where would be another good island to settle. We need an island where we can get like the hunting. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've just got this small island over here where we can do hunting, and then we've got this one as well, but it would probably make more sense to have the hunting on this side. So what we can do is we can just maybe place our warehouse over there. 20, and let's just do 8. I just want to get the benefit from the expansion. If I can get this, I'm going to push my workforce up a little bit. That's going to really help. Now also, if we settle on this island now in the new world, I'm going to look obviously for the biggest one that I can find, and we will get that extra benefit. Okay, let's see here. Okay.
You are a credit to the flagship.
Alright, so we must now just deliver back this ebony... Is it ebony wood? Yeah. So let's just deliver this back to Archibald. Oh, there we go.
Well, that certainly settles the stomach.
Session unlocked.
Okay, great stuff. Okay, so we are into the new world. It's not really ideal because you can see we've got... What's his name? John La Fortune is right here in front of us where we enter the new world. But he's still in neutral, so that's okay. So let's see here. Right, so my idea is to get a big island that has got the sugarcane on. Now, unfortunately, none of these big islands have got the sugarcane. Oh my goodness, so this is the only one that's got the sugarcane, is here at the bottom. Oh, that's really not good. Well,
Ready for a challenge.
let's just see here.
Go. I trust you.
Okay, she's given me a clipper now, so I'm going to send this clipper down to this island over here. This is the only one where we can get the sugarcane.
Take the rudder.
So what we can do is we can settle like the residential area. We can literally just build on the coast over here. And yeah, it's still a pretty big island if we just want to do the sugarcane. So, but I'm going to settle over here, and I'm considering sending this one back to the older world. Yeah. You know what? Let's do that. Let's send it back to Denbury. I'm going to just keep this clipper here and this island for now. Okay, so the resources are still looking good. We've got now the extra windows if we want to build a sewing machine factory. Let's see how the steel is looking. The steel is accumulating. Okay. So I think let's just
Some joy.
add a few extra workers here to the workforce, and let's upgrade that.
Bish bang bibbly.
So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add another furnace over here. And then right at the end, I'm going to add my sewing machine factory. Now we need 150 artisans. So yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. Are we lacking the sausages? Let's just see on this side. How's it looking? Oh, it's still going down. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'll have to step up my sausage production. think we might need another warehouse, so I'm gonna put this down over here.
A bold new expedition.
Okay, now we're starting to get the random expeditions, but with the 2 skulls, you need a really strong ship to head out, even with the 2 skulls. I would only maybe risk my clipper if it's got a 1 skull, but otherwise it's really risky to do that. Okay, so let's see here. I'm still not getting any expansion points, even settling on this island over here. You see, that's the problem by having a map with a lot of small islands. So you don't get that extra expansion points. The bigger the islands are, the more your expansion points are. It's not actually about how many islands you settle, but the size of land that you settle. Yeah, let's just do that. Feel like just pulling it all the way through. There we go. So we've got currently 3,100 on Dedenbury population. We've got to really push the sausage production now so that I can upgrade these workers. You know, at this stage, there's really no benefit for me to build a public mooring for the tourists. Let's just see here. Yeah. Because with an attractiveness of an ordinary port town, you will actually lose more money than you will gain, because the public mooring is quite expensive to maintain. So if we go, for example, to Porto Basque, it's still an island that hasn't been spoiled yet. And there's no negative effect that we've got with our production buildings. So it might be a good idea, in fact, to build a tourist port over here. Or what do you call it, a public mooring. So we can bring the tourists over here. I think that's something that I want to do. But it's really expensive to place down. So it's 25,000 just to build. But at the end of the day, we can generate some good income from that. So let's see here, 20, 20, 10, 8. Let's try this. 20, 20, 10, and then 8. So I'm going to take this through to Porto Basque. And then we can add our public mooring right close to the trading post. I'm going to have to also place a fire department because the tourists set your public mooring on fire. I don't know why, but they tend to do that. Let's just do it like that. Okay, and we should get a decent income from that. So back to the New World, and we're going to just go ahead and settle on this island over here. And we want to get the rum production going.
On our way.
Come on. Ah, there we got our first expansion points now. So it's still very little, it's only 3. And we need 50 in order for us to get that extra expansion bonus. So I feel like doing this. I feel like just expanding onto another big island over here. Like maybe this one. Just to get that expansion points. So let's set our ship out to this side. And I'm going to literally just go and place a warehouse over there. Let's just pull the road right through.
You reached a new
milestone.
Yeah, so let's get some timber production going over here. I'm gonna just go for 2 for now, with the actual lumberjacks, and then we can place ourselves
From its voyage.
2 sawmills. Let's just build up that workforce quickly. There we go.
Awaiting new horizons.
All right.
I'll admit, your people are willing to fight.
You do what you have to protect your...
Okay, so we've got that extra expansion point. Let's maybe see to expand onto another big island on this side. See, but none of these big islands have got the resources that I want.
Good and ready. A new commission?
Alright, so... Oh my goodness. My money is actually not looking too great, so... I'm gonna have to sell a few extra commodities here. We've got a very good amount of soap. So I'm going to then maybe do that. We can sell some extra soap to Eli.
On our way.
Just to accumulate that funds, we need, you know, to build the tourist harbor, or the public mooring, that is. Okay, otherwise everything else seems to be looking good. Right, so we can upgrade some of the workers now. Just need another 2. There we go. So then we've got enough workforce to build our sewing factory. And I'm gonna go ahead and just place it over here like so. Yeah, so that's a lot of maintenance costs that we are going to pay, but now we are going to accumulate money on a later stage. So let's see here. Yeah, we do generate a lot of coin just by having sewing machines, and we do get additional artisans. Okay, so our wood supply is building up nicely, and I'm going to just systematically add more houses. Let's just do it like this for now.
I'm used to not having much.
And then we can start with the fried plantains.
A new commission?
So I just really need to determine where I want to place the fried plantains. I think let's maybe start with the production on this side. Just do 1 for now. Okay, the fishbowl factory I'm gonna keep closed for now. We can move it on a later stage, but let's just keep it there for now.
Good and ready.
So you can see our income is now in the minus again, but we're gonna change it quickly.
Just say the word.
There we go.
Route plotted.
Right, so now we can build the public mooring. Now it's going to take a while for these guests to arrive, but once they are here, then that's going to be a nice extra income. So you can see we've got a tendency of 236 people that's going to come. And we've got some sort of quest here in the town, so let's just check this out. Puzzle quest. Find the farmers at the church, market and pub. Okay. Church, market, and a pub. There we go. A canna, okay. Nothing of value really then. Let's see, I'm gonna unlock some goods for my farmers and my workers over here.
Lot to earn.
We can push our population a little bit. You know, let's maybe allow the farmers to use the soap. We are going to get one additional farmer, and also we will generate a little bit of extra coin. Let's see for the workers. Okay, so we can give them beef. Supply prohibited. I wonder why. Wonder why this is prohibited. Oh, there we go. Okay, almost unprohibited. So what we can do, we can set up the cattle farms over here as well. It's quite pricey though. Well, not really, actually. So yeah, let's do this. I'm going to set up the cattle farm. Now my whole layout here is kind of like a mess, but yeah, I'll just have to sort it out sometime. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just place, let's see how it goes just with one cattle farm. I want to see if this works. If we've just got one cattle farm, and how much does it produce? Every 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's maybe not going to work. I'll probably have to build 2 of these. Okay, that's good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow the workers to get the meat. We will get 2 additional workers and quite a bit of extra coin just by supplying meat for them. So I do think it's worth it.
Good and ready.
I'm considering maybe just building another warehouse on this island over here. Let's do that just to get those expansion points.
Unfurl the sail.
And then we can get this first effect, the Conqueror effect, which will then give us 50 extra workforce on all the tiers. So we'll basically have extra workers for the farmers, the workers and the artisans. And that's going to really help.
Ready for a challenge. Good and ready.
You reached a new milestone.
Right, so we are supplying fried plantains now.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
Just building a few extra of these houses. Okay, so now the next thing we need obviously is the ponchos. So the ponchos we can do on this side. You can see the income is building up nicely now. So just to go back to the old world quickly, I want to just show you something quickly. So you can see here that our maintenance cost for the public mooring is minus 400, but we are generating 850 coin. So that is a pretty decent amount of coin just to have a public mooring on an empty island. And you can do this with any of the other islands really. I'm going to actually do the same on this island, and that's a sneaky way, kind of like a cheat, just to get that extra income. it helps especially with the initial game like we've got now. So there we go. We've got now the Conqueror benefit, which will give us 50 workforce like by default. So we don't need any houses. So let's see. This is a fair settlement. Yeah, we should get a decent income from this one as well. And it's called Hagelberg, so that's a pretty cool name. So we're going to keep that. And I'm going to go ahead and also build myself a public mooring on this side. Although we do need the extra coin. It's 25,000 just to build the public mooring. You see, that is the catch. You do need a lot of money already. Sounds like a real life scenario. Okay, right. So let's go ahead and do the poncho production. I think I'm going to go ahead and place 2 of these. Okay, good stuff. So now, from here, we can now start setting up our rum production. We only need the jornaleros to do the rum. I'm just thinking, what would be the best place to set it? I'm probably going to want to get to the oil here on a later stage. Oops, 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 oops. Come on. You see, now Anne Harlow is getting a little bit cheeky now because I'm growing. So she will maybe do random attacks here. As soon as you get to a certain level, the pirates will really start to blatantly attack you. So I've got to build up my coin. Yeah, I see she's got bigger ships now as well. So I've got to build up my coin now to just do like a peace treaty if I can, or a ceasefire. It will cost a lot as well. So okay, let's just check this out. Okay, so we need to get the canned production also going. That is another thing.
I had better leave it to set.
Canned production.
It's a surprise inspection.
So for the goulash, yeah. See, it costs a lot of money to set up this whole production chain. But once we've got that, all we then additionally need... Okay, well, the fur is quite difficult. But my first priority is to set up the rum, because we're going to really start generating good income from that. So I think I should maybe just focus on that for now. So let's just corner it off like that. And I'm going to place myself a warehouse here, and then let's do this. So we need wood. We've already got some wood supply. Can maybe just add another one over here.
We are fine. I wouldn't ask if I could do it. I don't like to ask for mass. You you kept your word.
Slurry tank. Oh, okay. Okay, that's not really a big benefit. I can maybe actually sell that. Okay, so let's check this out. And these are also quite pricey.
It's ready to go.
Oh, no, not really. It's the actual distillery that's pricey. Okay, there we go.
The land has to be prepared.
Okay, so the ratio is 1:1 for the rum distillery and the sugarcane plantation. So now let's just see how we're going to do this. I'm going to place 2 there, and then we can do a fire station over here. Yeah. we are requiring some extra wood, so let's just maybe place another sawmill over here just to boost that wood production a little bit more. Okay, our supplies of the plantain and the bunches are going up.
Just say the word. Ready for a challenge.
So I'm either going to use this ship Halibut or Desdemona. I'm going to use one of them to bring the rum in. I'll have to maybe do some quests just to generate some extra money. Let's just see here.
An especially exclusive.
Delivery quest, that's only 6,000.
Know that any assistance
Pickup
may
quest.
influence Her Majesty's sphere.
Okay, well, I'm getting a little bit more for this one. 3 flotsam. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's right at the bottom of the map, so let's do that. And I'm going to just send another ship for this one as well.
Glad you find it exciting. Steersman.
And now seeing we've got the extra workforce, I'm going to maybe just upgrade more of these farmer houses. Yeah, just to generate that extra income. Let's add a few extra artisanal houses. Okay, we can start building airships now as well.
Well, it seems that I'm...
These fabled lands exist.
Okay, there we go. So we're building up our quay nicely now. I just have this feeling that Anne is going to start attacking my ships at any moment. Alright, so my coin is running low. Let's see, I'm gonna maybe just do one more rum distillery. So there's my last one. Okay, then I want to upgrade the trading post so that we can then build up our storage up to 150 at least. I think that's also important. Let's just see, I need to select the ship now that is going to import the rum. So I'm going to take this Desdemona, create a new trading route. Desdemona, and we need to go from the New World. We're going to pick it up from Kuripinas. I think that's what it's called, Kuripinas. And we're going to bring it back to Dedenbury. And we're going to just say to load up all the slots if they can. They'll probably just do 3 in any case, but yeah. Let's just say 4. We can add our storage a little bit later. Or expand our storage. Here we go. Now, once the rum arrives here, we're going to really get a good income. So, I need another 20 artisans to unlock the rum. So, let's just maybe upgrade a few more houses. Here we go. And now we've got city status. We've got 3,700 people now living here. Okay, and our money is now 1,400 in the plus. That's really good. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to take this back to Archibald. And we can deliver this for Madam Key now. Okay, cool. Let's just build our money a little bit.
You can't keep it the consummate professional.
Okay, great stuff.
Aye.
I'm going to keep this ship early bird. I'm going to just keep it like separate in case there's any quests or missions that I can do. But I'm quite tempted now to add a few more houses over here. So let's maybe do that. Let's just do another 2 blocks like this. I think I need to improve my production on this side with the plantain. Okay, so let's upgrade. Oh, we need 1 obrero to upgrade this trading post, so just do 1 obrero. There we go. And then we can upgrade this as well. So let's just see here, for the depot we need 10 wood and 10 bricks, so we can add 1 depot. And I think that does increase it with 50 storage. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. So we can push our rum then up to 200. That's good. So we've got 3 distilleries. I'm thinking of, okay, my coin is looking a little bit better. Let's maybe do another plantation over here. Let's maybe place it on this side. There we go. It's going to be a little bit better.
Awaiting new horizons.
Had a rip roaring, that really
There we
is
go.
first
Okay,
rate.
this is great. So we've got those 2 quests completed, and I'm going to just check on my soap quickly. Okay, we've got almost 100. So soap production is going really well actually. So let's just maybe go ahead and sell. I want to maybe sell 70. Yeah, let's do that. Now I really need to consider just expanding this town as well. Let's look at the resources. So sausages are very much on the low side still. I need to improve my sausage production. Yeah, we've got to boost this now. See, how many piggies have I got? I've got a good pig supply, so maybe let's just add 1 slaughterhouse. Let's just do that. Here we go.
Full of gladness, I make
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Now I'm going to take some of the steel beams. I'm going to take through to silver lining. Let's maybe go for 30, and I'm going to do 20 windows as well. Let's just take it over here.
Looks fair, but there's mold in the walls.
I'm quite curious to see how it's going to make a difference once we've got the rum on the new island. How much income we're going to get extra. You can see there, yeah, it's going to give a lot of extra happiness and plus 15 coin. So that does make a big difference.
Will I meet again?
So let's upgrade a few of these houses. What's nice about upgrading these houses is that once they are upgraded, like I want to say specifically to the artisan level, they don't require things like clothing and fish anymore. So that does make it a little bit easier just to manage all your supplies. They still do bread though. Let me just see here. Yeah, bread and sausage they do.
Flagship at your service.
You see, since we're supplying the beef now, we are getting a really decent extra income just from the workers.
Seductive charts, very much.
Please, we'll take any help we can get.
Oh, there we go. So there's the first promise going out.
Go. I trust you.
Oh, I love these photography quests. Like the easiest one you can get.
Your brave actions may just have...
Yeah, well, you need to be pretty brave to take a photo. Oops. It's not connected with the road over here. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we've got a really good supply of rum now. Now you see, once we've got a steady income of the rum, we can generate enough money then to pursue all these other things, like to do the canned foods, the university and the fur coats. Now my fur coats is going to be here, and I'm not really sure with the fur coats. I think you only need farmers. It's either farmers or workers to do the hunting. I can't remember really. But it would be great if they only use the farmer workforce. Then we can just make like a small town here in the corner. Set up a whole bunch of hunting spots over here. And we've got zinc, limestone, and also iron we've also got. So we'll most likely use that on a later stage. But I want to make Porto Basque like my industrial island. I think that's going to work better out for me. Although, unless I just do Dynasty to do everything, the industrial and the farming. You see, because we don't have to supply for a big city. So if it was a much bigger city, we were going to have to separate the farming and the industrial area. But I don't know if it's necessary even. We can literally just use the space on Dynasty. Because we are getting good money now here from the public mooring. Although that's not going to be so much relevant also on a later stage. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we need to push the artisan levels up quite a bit. I should probably consider getting like a zoo or something. But in order to do the zoo, I need animals, so it wouldn't really make sense to do that now. I've utilized so much of the space on the island already. Let's just see. I want to do some extra grain over here.
We're taking every care.
So now this I want to use for feed specifically. There we go. Now we've got these 4 oil spots, and what's nice, we can just build a railroad that can go all the way through like this. So I'm pretty glad that I set it up like this, but now from here I'll have to let the rail come around this little oil spring over here. It's kind of like on an awkward spot, but it's fine. So I just want to see my rum get delivered. Yeah, there we go. So it's coming in now. So I want to then see what type of income I'm going to generate with the rum. There we go. So this is my rum delivering ship. And they were coming into Denbury now. I think it, it might be a good time for me to start setting up some piers as well. Okay, so the rum's delivered. Let's see how it accumulates. It doesn't really have that big of an impact than I thought, so... But it is definitely helping, yeah. It's definitely going to make a difference, especially now when we add more artisans. And I'll send a clipper ship, I'll send out to then transport a whole bunch of goods. We can maybe do... We'll have to do 4 different goods. Let's just see. So we've got one ship that delivers this, so we can replace this little schooner, and then we can put the Schnaps and the bread together with these 2. So we can just transport all of that together, and then from there the rum can be transported with the canned food and the sewing machines to Silver Lining over here. Yeah. But at least the town is growing now, so that's good. Okay, let's upgrade a few extra houses here. Oh, okay, well, 1 extra. That's the only wood we had. Okay, well, either way, we're now in plus almost 2,000. And we've got a decent income over here. Just want to see, I want to maybe ask for a ceasefire with Anne. Treaties. Request ceasefire, medium high, 0, medium high. Okay, let's see here. Okay, 18,000. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. I don't want her to attack my cargo ships. So we're gonna leave it at that. But now the rum production is going, and yeah, we're gonna generate a really decent income now. What are we lacking here? We're lacking wood. Okay, let's just do this maybe. There we go. Now I want to use my influence points here with the expansion. I want to keep on upgrading it up to where we get to the world leader level, and in that way we can get 200 workforce for our farmers, workers, artisans and the engineers. And in that way that's going to help us to basically have all our engineers on one island, because now from here I'm going to need reinforced concrete to build the commuter piers. And let's just see the commuter piers. Yeah, you see we can only get that from the engineering level, and that is the problem. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to transport maybe limestone towards this island, and then we already have an engineering workforce that can specifically focus on creating the reinforced concrete. Then from there we can build the commuter piers, and then we can link Silver Lining to this island over here, and then the engineers can travel back and forth between the islands. So it's quite tricky, but it can be done. Now what I want to show you here is the artisans. I'm going to add a lifestyle need for the artisans. So I can add them clay, and then I get 1 additional artisan per house, and I get 7 coins on each of the house. So that's a good income that I can get additionally. So I'm going to open up the clay for them. I've got another clay pit here. So let's just check this out. There we go. So I've got now more clay that I can produce.
It's a surprise inspection.
Okay, good. So that's going to really push our income now a little bit. Now I've already got an additional clipper here that I'm going to use to settle on all the big islands that we can, just to get those influence points that we need to go up to the world leader level. Now we need 300 investment points. Oh my goodness. That's going to be a lot. So I'm going to probably have to settle some more islands in the new world as well, just to build up that influence points. Yeah, you see, it's gonna take quite some time to get there. So I'm gonna settle as many islands as I can, just to build up that influence point. So here we go. Let's go to another island, another big one. Now I've got pretty small islands on this map because I made it. The idea was to make it as challenging as I can. So we're gonna settle on this one, I think, and then maybe on this one as well. Okay, these looks like the biggest ones, and then on a later stage I can maybe also settle on this one. While we're sailing to this other island, let's just quickly check here in the new world. Okay, so we've only got this one island at the moment. I've settled on this one over here, Karaka, so we're not going to do anything on this island. I need an island specifically that can do cotton. Now you see, we don't have cotton over here, so I can... Oh, Shebat. Okay, so we don't have cotton on this one as well, but we've got the caoutchouc, which we're going to need for the rubber. So I most likely will have to settle on this island in any case, and we've got a coffee over here. So my next step would be to settle on this island so that we can get access to the cotton. And then after that, I'm going to have to settle on this one for the caoutchouc and then also for the coffee. So let's just maybe go ahead. I'm going to need 16 steel beams. I'm going to just go ahead and set up the 2 warehouses in any case. Let's do this. So maybe let's do a little bit more wood. I'm going to need that extra wood here for this island. I want to expand already from the start. So let's bring the ship here. I'm going to for now also just set up the trading post. Okay, we've got our trading post over here. Good. Okay, then we're going to do one more, and I'm going to just plop it down over here. Let's see. Okay, we're getting there slowly but surely. So you can see now my coin is 2000 in the positive. That's now with that extra clay that we provide for the artisan, for them to do their little arts and crafts. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to do one more. Yeah, so we're going to utilize... We are going to utilize this island
To protect your own.
specifically for the cotton. Okay, and then this one's going to be for the caoutchouc. Okay, there we go. Let's place our trading post maybe on that side. Okay, good. So let's see here. Okay, we're getting close to the unifier level. I think the unifier level might actually be enough, you know. But in any case, let's get our canned production, our canned food production up and running. I'm going to go ahead and place another 2 cattle farms over here. We're just going to need that extra beef production so that we can do the goulash, and I'm going to upgrade this warehouse as well. And then from here, let's see. So for the goulash, okay, we've got the beef and we've got the bell peppers. I'm going to maybe go ahead and build, let's maybe build 2 of these for now, just to start with. Let's place it like there, so. And then the canned production I'm gonna do over here. Okay, we do have everything that we need for that. Doesn't take that big of a workforce for the canned food. Now I just want to see, okay, we've got another iron deposit over here. And I just want to make sure that it's close enough to the warehouse. There we go. Okay. So you can see that it is close enough, in fact. Right, and I'm going to just go ahead and place myself another warehouse on this side. Just to help with all the production. Okay, so we're going to slowly but surely, we're going to start supplying this island with the canned food. And then from there, we're going to have to unlock the fur coats. So I'm going to have to upgrade more of these houses to artisan houses in order for us to then just get access to the fur coats. So let's see here. We don't have a lot of workforce. I'm going to probably have to place some more farmers over here. As well as workers. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to just continue to expand here. Yeah, let's just do it like this. Okay, now this should help us out now with the workforce, so let's just upgrade a few of the farmer houses. Okay, and they should be balancing out pretty soon. Just want to see if there's any more lifestyle needs. We can actually provide the rum to the workers. Yeah, that is something that we can maybe provide for them. They are running out of beef at the moment, so I'll probably have to build a few more cattle farms. But let's open up the rum for them. I think, why not? And let's add another 2 cattle farms over here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that will sort our production out now. And I just want to see, I want to build another trading post over here. There we go. And let's see. Okay, so we're now on the unifier level. Now I want to just see, I'm going to keep it on this level for now. That's giving us such a good boost now with the farmers and the workers as well. So it's really worth it just to keep on expanding your towns. I'm most probably going to use the rest of these steel beams just to settle on more islands. I'm going to pretty much just settle on all of these islands. Okay, there we go. So now you can see we've got that extra workforce. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade more of these artisan houses. Okay, and then we just need some construction materials. So let's send out our clipper here to Archibald. You see, Archibald supplying us now with frigates, which is, in my opinion, it's the worst ship in the game. They a bit pricey to buy and to maintain, and they don't have really that good firing power. I mean, our flagship has got more firepower than the frigate. Let's see, we've got 2 quests, looks like it. We've got a quest here from Archibald, from Madam Kina. Yeah, so we've got from 2 people now. Let's see what they've got for us.
Now, here is a
pickup quest.
of Queen and Buckaroo.
Okay, I suppose we can do that. So let's send out our flagship, and let's see what Madam Kina has got for us.
I have need of a
An escort quest.
You're keen.
Okay, you know what? Let's rather use our flagship for the escorts. This is like one of those ambushes. So it is an escort quest, but now you come across this destroyed ship, and then they have like an ambush for you. So I'm not sure what type of ships are going to attack us, but I'm gonna just see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna just take a chance, and then we can use our little schooner that we've got available here, just to pick up the flotsam. I think I've got enough artisans now to build my own clipper ships. Yes, I do. Okay, so you see, we are able to build the clipper ships now. I just need that extra construction material. So let's go ahead and buy 100 wood, and I'm going to do 50-50 between the steel beams and the bricks. Let's take this back. Okay, cool.
Time for a kiss.
Then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start building my own clipper ships. Okay, that's going to save us a lot of money at the end of the day also. Okay, so here's my flagship coming. I've got to just be prepared once I get there. Okay, but our town is looking really good here by Denbury. We've got now 4,260 almost. Okay, let's see. So this is going to be like some sort of ambush now.
New orders?
2 gunboats and a frigate.
Sails!
Okay, I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, we're going to get good money, and we're going to get a wolf if we destroy them.
On our way.
You know, I'm contemplating now if I should buy maybe...
Her Majesty has little patience.
If I should maybe buy this frigate now to just help me.
Sympathy, understanding, supreme qualities in a monarch wishing for a happy reign.
Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to just try and take these guys on myself.
Rudder! Sails!
Ship under attack.
Okay, that was a bad idea.
Ship was destroyed. All in Her Majesty.
So you see, the thing is, if your flagship does get destroyed, you can buy it back from Archibald. I'm very tempted to buy this frigate though. I think I must just do it.
Stations!
So let's use these 2 ships then to just attack these ships. Yeah, they're not gonna last long in any case now.
Fleet moving in.
So let's bring them in. I want to get that grey wolf. So she's giving me that wolf that we can place within a zoo. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the zoo on this island over here. I think it is. Sorry, this island. Portobask. I want to place my zoo over here because we've got the public mooring already and we're making good money. So this will give more attractiveness to the town of Portobask. And that will draw more tourists, and at the end of the day we will get more money. Now we've also got a limestone deposit over here, which we'll only get access to once we've got one engineer.
Ready for a challenge.
Okay, so let's check this out. Here's all our construction material. I'm gonna go ahead and build myself another clipper.
New
Ship
commission.
under attack.
Fleet engage. Fleet on
Okay, there we go. Right, so I've got to now just deliver this back to Madam Kina. I'm going to send this ship to my port here by Denbury. I'm going to just dock it over there. I see we've got a quest on our island, Silver Lining, so let's see what they've got for us here.
Far be it from us to make
Oh,
good
great.
times.
Photography
Make
quest.
me even better.
The photography quests are the easiest, and yeah, they're just great. It's just like basically giving you a freebie.
Not bad for a big boss.
A drill. Okay, cool. It's like with any type of mine or pit that we've got. Right, let's just see here.
Adjust the sail.
Okay, so we've got everything picked up, and I've got to just drop this off to Archibald. And I think what I'm going to do is once I get here to Archibald, I'm going to also sell the schooner. I'm just trying to get rid of all my schooners at the moment and rather switching over to the clippers. Okay, so we've got a fire here. At least I do have my fire station up and running here.
The fire has been vanquished.
Okay, so let's check this out. Okay, cool. So now the fur coats are open. We can basically start our production now with the fur coats. So in order to do the fur coats, we're gonna need to go to this island over here. Okay, so you can see we've got a fur abundance on this side. Now I just want to see if we want to do the hunting lodge or the hunting cabin. It only requires 6 timber, and we only require 10 workers. So this is great, you see, because now this means we don't have to place any residential houses over here, and we can build up to 10 hunting cabins because we've already got a default of 100 farmers on the island because of our influence that we're using here. So this is really good. I just need to bring some extra timber, and let's maybe use this ship over here. I'm going to just go ahead and okay, let's maybe take 50. Now I feel I want to increase my storage here, so 150 is just too little, so I'm gonna just maybe add 1 depot for now. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm going to drop this wood off over here, and then we can utilize this island now basically for getting our furs. And if I really want to, I can use the limestone deposit over here to help us with the production of the cement. We've got zinc, which is gonna become very much in handy when we get to the production within the engineering level. And then otherwise I need copper, and we've only got this 1 copper supply by this island over here called Eklo. We've got 2 extra zinc deposits over here, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna have to come to this island over here to get my copper, and let's just see, where is the copper? It's right over here at the top. Okay, cool. So as I've said before, because of that influence points that we're using now, we've already got workforce on the island. So this actually helps us a lot to achieve what we want to achieve. There we go. Now I want to quickly see just what it will cost us to build the zoo. So it's 10,000 coin. It's not too bad, and we get it. It's going to cost 30 timber, 30 bricks, 10.5. Okay, that's actually not too bad. It's gonna be worth it once we've got the set up over here. And I'll probably move the zoo more to the top over here on this side. Yeah, or maybe we can kind of bring it more towards the side, so we can use this space over here for the zoo.
Ship constructed.
Now this ship I'm going to use specifically to collect the furs over here.
I had a feeling you
Grey wolf, great stuff. Okay, so we got a wolf now from Madam Kina, and I think what we can do is we can maybe actually buy some affordable things over here. I'm gonna just go for the pig. And oh, it's quite expensive this, but let's go for the peacock as well. We've got a good residual income, and I'm gonna drop this off here by Porto Basque.
Had a rip-roaring time of it. Bish, bang, bibbly. There she blows.
Okay, there we go. So we got that extra money now from Archibald,
Spotted.
and I'm gonna just go ahead and sell this schooner.
Steersman.
And so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to just get some of the construction material that we need for the zoo. We only need 5 windows. And then we need 30 of this, 30, and what was the last one? 10. Okay, cool. There we go. So we're going to use this for the zoo specifically. And then we're going to start generating some extra income there. And everybody looks happy. So under the circumstances, we're doing really good.
I am humbled.
Okay, the canned food production is going full steam. So yeah, you can see that is building up at the moment. Okay, that's great. So here within the new world, let's see. Okay, this is where we're going to do the cotton. Now, what's nice about this, it's the same principle for the new world as in for the old world. We've already got a workforce here by default because of that expansion points that we got. So I'm going to have to just corner this off and just decide on where I want to do the cotton farms. And I think I'm going to just go ahead and use the stop part over here for the cotton specifically. There we go. All right, so it's 10:10. So let's just see. We can do 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so we can have 6 of these cotton plantations and 3 of the cotton mills, and I think that should be sufficient for the amount of cotton. What do you call it? Cotton fabric that we need for these fur coats. Okay, and it's not expensive to craft or to build these production plants. So let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Alright, so the reason why I do 6 and 3, because you'll see here that it takes 1 minute to produce the cotton, and it takes 30 seconds to produce the cotton fabric. So the ratio is 2 to 1. I'm going to bring it right up against the border over here. And we're going to just do the rest of them like this. Just try and bring them as close to the border as we can.
Your leadership.
There we go. We want to fill out all that space. Yeah, we've got 2 left, so I'm gonna just quickly do this. Okay, perfect. Right, so they're going to start to produce the cotton. We've got this one clipper ship available, but I just want to keep it out just in case. We can buy this one from Isabella.
We never sink a ship if we can.
I'm gonna just go ahead and do that. It's gonna be the easiest now to just buy this. And let's just see here. Okay, cool. Now I'll have to build up my storage over here. Let's just see for the depot. Oh, it does require extra bricks over here. We do have some bricks on this side. You know, let's maybe do that. I'm going to just take the bricks. Let's just take that across. And do those extra depots over here just to increase our storage. That's going to be pretty important on a later stage.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Alright, so the cotton is sorted out. Now we need to sort out our hunting cabins on this side. So I want to really spread these out, so let's see. Okay, so I think these 5 hunting cabins will be sufficient for now. Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay, so let's just see. Okay, they all can get... They all are in range with the trading post over here. So I think this is fine. I'm going to just leave it like this for now. We can probably fit in easily another 4 of these hunting cabins if we need to. In fact, let's just maybe add another one. Why not? Let's just go ahead and add another one. It's got 100% production from there, so even though they're overlapping. Okay, you can see how the attractiveness is going up here by Port of Basque. They've got some sort of festival. The beer festival. Okay, great. So we're going to generate some extra income from that as well. So let's just see. We're going to place the zoo. We'll place the zoo just over here like so. Let's just see. This is the front entry. Yes. Okay, and we're going to have 1, 2, 3. I'm going to just do 3 exhibitions. There we go. And I'm going to just place it like that. So when I go now to the public mooring, you're going to see there's a massive tendency of increase in visitors. Partly because of the attractiveness that we get from the festivals. Actually, the majority of that comes from that. And then you'll see there's 89. So there's another 39 that we get from attractiveness, which we get from the zoo. So we're going to really boost our income now in this way. Okay, right, so I'm going to send this clipper back over here. And this ship over here, the Kraken Skull, we can use this now to take the furs to Denbury. So let's see, let's set up a trading route, create a new route, trade route, Kraken Skull. So from here, we're taking it up to Denbury. So let's just do 50-50, there we go. Right, so my idea now is to set up some piers over here. It would be ideal to have the docklands, but it's going to cost me a lot of resources now to set up the docklands specifically. It does give attractiveness as well, which might count in our favor, but I'm not going to place a public mooring on this island because you can see it's going to take a lot of work to increase the attractiveness. We're now at minus 22, which is pretty crazy. I think it does maybe have a negative effect on them. Let me just see here. No, it actually doesn't, eh? Well, at least not for the worker level. Okay. So the attractiveness doesn't affect them. Looks like it's only for the tourists specifically. Okay, so the piers, it cost me 40 windows to place the piers. So, you know what we're going to do is we're going to just build another window maker over here. This is super expensive to build these, but I'm going to just go ahead and set it up. I need to generate some sort of extra income. Let's just see here. Oh, the rum is looking really good, but we don't get a lot of money for the rum.
Awaiting new horizons.
You know, let's maybe go ahead and I just want to see what Archibald's, what would they give for the sewing machines? I don't really know.
Another appointment?
Can I help you?
So you can see Madam Kina will be very happy if you bring her fur coats. But it's quite hard to produce that. And it looks like Archibald gives a good amount of coin for the coal. And Eli, we know about the soap, and then it's also potatoes. Let's just see with the potatoes. Okay, we've got no potatoes. Yeah, you know what? Let's just maybe take some soap again to Eli. I'm gonna just take that 50 soap again. Let's take that back to Eli. And he's also got a quest for us. Pickup quest.
You're getting off lightly.
Okay, great. So the pickup quest is also right over here. So we can just fill this quest. Now, when money really doesn't become a problem anymore is when you've got a residual income of 10,000, I would say. So you can see we're only now on 2.5, which generates money still very slow. My only thing that I can do now at this moment, I need to wait for my windows to go up, my window production to go up. I do want to add another pier over here because you can see here it's starting to drag a little bit. Let's just see. So I've got one additional schooner left. I was thinking, you know, I can actually replace this schooner for the fish and for the clothing. I can replace it with a clipper to transport those two things. And then we can maybe also transport canned food and sewing machines. But then we still need another ship for the fur coats. Looks like it. Okay. Right, sausage is still a problem. It seems like it. So we're going to just push our production here for the sausages. Let's add another warehouse over here, and then we can do some extra pig farms. Right, so we can just produce some extra sausages over here, and I'm going to just place maybe a fire department as well. Okay.
Good and ready.
So we've got to just pick up these castaways. You know, like if you look from this angle, you can't see anything. You just see there's something in the water, but if you go up close, it is pretty cool. You can see a group of people. It looks like they're holding hands. Oh no, they're just like in a circle, really. But they've all got buoys around them. And they're just floating in a little circle. So you can see the very fine detail if you zoom in. So, you know, our money is going to decrease a little bit once this festival is over, so...
Some of us have to live by the sword.
Oh, really? John LaFortune wants to declare war now. Okay, you know what?
Have your investigations been?
You force my hand.
Okay, let's just call for a ceasefire.
It all looks in order.
There we go. So you're just costing me unnecessary money, John Lafortune.
Ready
He
for
decides at the worst time to declare war.
How about
Okay,
a
well there we got our money back now.
Emporium Exotique?
Okay, Madam Kina, escort quest. So you know what, we can send our frigate and our flagship out to do the escorts, and we can get a good amount of coin for that as well. So let's just see.
New orders, Admiral.
Let me know when you've done the deed.
Flagship
Okay,
commencing
there we go.
escort.
Sending both of those out to the clipper.
Full of gladness, I make my best work.
Right, we still need to import the cotton, so let's just check how the production is going here.
Just say the word.
Yeah, I need to boost the capacity over here, so let's add that 2 depots. Yeah, let's just do it like that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we've got a decent amount of cotton fabric.
awaiting new horizons.
I'm gonna use my ship Samson. Let's just use this one. And we bring it back here to Dedinbury. I don't think we're gonna go over 100, and actually we will go a little bit over, so let's just load up all the slots and we can bring this back to Dedinbury. And from there we can start producing our fur coats. And then we've pretty much got everything that we need, except for we need the university as well.
I'd rather not lose that ship.
The people celebrate your leadership.
So let's upgrade some extra workers over here. And let's just see. So now we don't require that many extra artisans now to unlock the university. Now I'm going to try and keep it to the minimum. So I basically just want to exceed 1,500 artisans, and for us to just unlock the university. Oh, actually we've already got 1,400 in total, but they will only start utilizing the university if we've got over 1,500 on this side.
New orders.
Sails. Broadside.
Oh, it's a very short distance. We've got to escort the ship. Here we go.
Attention for the Admiral.
Oh, that was the easy one.
On our way.
Steady her course.
Okay, so let's just see here. For the fur coat, it's going to cost 2,000 for us to set up the factory,
You have something for me.
the fur dealer.
The consummate.
But it does take a big workforce, so that's the difference with the fur dealer. The canned food production costs more to build, but uses less workforce. So now I've got to just decide where I want to place the fur dealers. I suppose we can place them on this side. I'll just do one, I think. And what I am going to do... Yeah, you see, this is a tricky one because I want to unlock the university. Actually, no, this should be fine. So I'm going to let the artisans not use the fur coats. So I'm going to just block them from using the fur coats. And then all my fur coats that I produce, I'm going to take to the island silver lining, basically. And that's going to just make it easier for us to then upgrade the artisans on this island to the engineers.
Euphoria, I am
We can up the canned food production. Let's just check this out here. Okay, so we've got a decent amount of meat and bell peppers. So we can do maybe another goulash or artisanal kitchen. Let's see, 75. Yeah, okay, we can do another 2 of those. And then we can do another cannery. There we go. And we've got enough workforce for that in any case. So there we go. And we can just let the canned food accumulate now until we've got the fur coats also ready. And then I'm going to use Castilla to transport all of those things. So it's 1, 2, 3. And yeah, we can maybe take some rum as well. Then we've got 4 items that we can transport here to Silver Lining. I'm thinking of maybe just buying some construction material from the NPCs. Let's buy this. And just push it up to 60 maybe. Okay, and then in that way I don't have to like sail back and forth the whole time. Let's just say buy up to 60. And the same for the windows, buy up to 60. Here we go.
Flagship ready for orders.
So you can see we've got a really decent amount of furs at the moment. We're still waiting for the cotton fabric to come in from the New World, but we will get a big amount initially. I'm going to just put the fur dealer on hold until we get those cotton fabrics. So you can see my income is now plus 400 in plus 4,000 actually into the positive. So that's really nice. Let's maybe go ahead and upgrade some more of these houses over here. We can do with the extra artisans. We've got a beer festival here on Silver Lining as well. So this is great. Got that extra beer. Okay, cool. Now you see, the thing is, we're gonna have to look for a space for the university. We'll have to look for a space for the university. What I can do is, I'll probably place it over here, to be honest. I don't really need the farmer workforce that we've got currently. So, you know what? Let's go ahead and remove these. And then I'm going to place my university over here. Because this pretty much covers the majority of the island. And I think if I made it paved roads, it will actually stretch over the whole island. If I change all of this to paved roads. So if you're not aware, the paved roads does expand your range of any of your production or service buildings that you've got.
You'll always be a goody.
So let's check that out. Yeah, there we go. So you can see there with the dark blue, that will give full coverage on that area. So I can add some more paved roads on a later stage, and this will literally cover the whole space. It's a pretty cool looking spot, I think. Let's put it on fast forward, and here we go. So the cotton fabric is coming in. There we go. So they're dropping it off right now. There we go. They're getting close. And then I'm going to use this ship Castilla to then basically transport all the more advanced items like the canned food, the sewing machines, the fur coats, and then we'll also transport some of the rum back to Silver Lining. And then from there, we are going to get our first engineers. You know, in fact, I want to take these ships just to get some extra construction material. Let's maybe go to Archibald. Let's just buy a few extra construction material.
You's like part of the family.
Ready for a challenge.
You know, ultimately, if we don't have any farmers and workers left on this island, we don't actually need to import any of these items over here. In fact, once the artisans go up, we're not going to need sausages also. I think the only thing that's going to be left here is the bread. That's going to be an additional need. The bread, the canned food, and the soap, that's going to stay a need, as far as I'm aware. I'm going to check it out now. Alright, so let me just see. The cotton fabric has been dropped off, so we can activate the fur dealer.
Right away.
Now we can also go ahead and just upgrade some of these farmers. Let's just do that maybe. And then we can also upgrade some of the workers. So let's do that. Here we go. So now we've got that extra workforce. Right. We need plenty of bricks. I'm going to just do this maybe. Let's drop it off over here. In the steel. There we go.
Make sail!
Right, so you can see the canned food is now building up very nicely. And there we've got our first fur coats coming in. What I can do is, we got a lot of champagne, cigars and chocolates that we also got from a festival. Oh, it's from this festival actually, the Harvest Festival we've got going now. This is really good because you know what? I'm going to take the cigars. I'm going to use that as a commodity that I can sell. The champagne we can maybe leave, and the chocolates. We're going to need that for the engineers. But we don't need the cigars. And you get a very good selling price. So let's go to Archibald, and in fact there you can see the selling price. 864 per piece. That's really good. So we can get some really decent money from that. There we go, 37,000. Perfect. Okay, so while we're at it, let's see if there's anything that we can use here from Archibald. Affects marketplace and banks. No. I'm gonna only re-roll it once because it costs 5,000 to re-roll. Income per house. Okay, no, this is really good. So we get plus 25% income on the houses, and then but it does give us an increased chance of people getting sick, which is okay. I mean, we can work with that. So I'm gonna just buy that. That's super expensive, but let's go back, and that's going to really raise our income now. So what I was thinking, we've got that extra windows now, but we're gonna need that to build our hospital. That'll probably be the best bet. And we're gonna need multiple hospitals in any case. Unless I just start doing some extra paved roads over here. And we can squeeze the hospital in here. Right, so what I'm going to do is, the hospital is going to come over here. I'm going to move some of these structures, some of the residential houses. We can just move across for now, like there. And let's just see if there's enough space for the hospital. There we go. Okay, this is great. So it covers most of the area. I'll probably have to place one at the top. Let's see, 10,000. Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna have to place on a later stage. We'll have to place another hospital here at the top. Okay, but this is great. We've got this book now. which is going to help us a lot. So I want to place it obviously close to the artisan houses. They generate the most income. And I think this is going to be a good place for us. Either here. Yeah, actually, you know what? This is going to be good. So I'm going to move these houses. We can also move across over here. And I'm going to just bring the road around. There we go. Now we can do like our little town hall. We can place over here like so. And we can equip this book now. So there we go. Now we're generating that extra income.
A new commission?
Okay, it doesn't look like it made that big of a difference. But yeah, in any case, I think in the long run it will help. So now I'm going to use Castilla. Let's maybe just do little bits at a time. But from Dynasty to Silver Lining, we're going to have to take all the advanced goods now. So we've got the sewing machines, we've got the rum, the fur coats, and then what was the other one? Yeah, boots. Okay, there we go. Let's do 10 at a time. I'm going to increase the values on a later stage. We can use maybe 20 rum, 10 fur coats, and 10 sewing machines. Let's just do it like that, or maybe 15. I think that's maybe a better amount. 15, 15, and then 15. Okay, let's rather do it like this. Okay, there we go. So this we're all going to drop off now by Silver Lining, and then from there I can build my first engineering houses.
Fleet ready?
You know what, I think I'm going to just go ahead and remove these fisheries. We don't need it as much anymore, so, and then we can add some depots over here. So we can just go ahead and place 2 right here at the end. That just increases our storage a little bit more. Okay, there we go. Right, so now we're just waiting for those goods. Okay, so to build the university, that's going to cost us 15,000 coin. So I'm going to have to trade something again. So let's maybe go back to Dynasty. We're still getting a very decent amount of cigars, champagne, and chocolates. I want to see, I might actually get more money from the champagne. I'm not really sure.
You reach a new milestone.
Yeah, see, I've got to upgrade quite a few of these houses in order for me to level them up to engineers. Oh my goodness. War declared. Canned food shortage. City becomes uglier. Okay, whatever, man.
Important to be true to oneself.
Stations. Halyard sheets and braces.
Okay, so let's just see. My money is looking better. We just need now that extra construction material. So let's see what we've got the least of. We need wood, and I'm gonna maybe just take some extra windows. Okay, let's do that.
Your people are rioting.
Oh my goodness. Now they're rioting at Porto Basque, and this is actually the nicest town in accordance to the attractiveness. Oh my goodness, okay. So for the police station, we just need some extra bricks. So let's just go drop off some bricks by Porto Basque. and set up our police station.
Ash white, like death.
How thrilling! A renowned personage has arrived.
You see, we're starting to get special guests now by the public mooring.
New orders, Admiral.
Okay, let's just build this one police station over here, so they can just sort out these riots.
Flagship at your service. I am humbled.
Okay, now I think we've got pretty much everything that we need to go up to the engineering level. They're still accumulating over here. Just see. I'll probably have to upgrade another 2 maybe. Just check it out. Okay, yeah, we should get close now. Okay, great stuff. So now they've got everything that they need to upgrade. So there we go. We've got our first engineering home.
You reached a new milestone.
Age of Science and Wonder. Okay, this is great. So now we've got some more technology unlocked. You can see here at the bottom. So we're going to do the reinforced concrete next, and then we can also set up our electricity, spectacles, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And I need to settle now, or expand on this island over here, Karaka. Now Karaka has got the coffee fertility, so in order for me to start producing coffee, I'm going to have to build up a town over here to get a good production going. So let's just see what we've got here. We've got this one ship. I think on my flagship, I want to actually send my flagship to the New World. Here we go. Okay, so I've got some wood, which we are going to need, and I've got some extra steel. I want to take that extra steel because I want to settle on a few more islands in the New World side, so that we can get that additional expansion points through the influence. So now you can see that we still need 110 investment points we need in order to get to the world leader level. And if we get to the world leader level, we do get an additional 100 workforce, which is a massive difference from what we've got now, where we've got 100. So let's send out my flagship. I'm going to maybe just take 50 timber and the 32 steel beams, and let's send it out to Karaka. There we go. Now I've still got my frigate on this side if I do need to use my frigate for any military missions. The frigate is not really that great in helping us with any military expeditions, but I'm gonna just keep it here for in case we need it for anything. And our town here in Dedenbury is doing pretty well. I see my farmer population has gone down a bit because we actually need some extra fish. So let's expand our fishing production a little bit. And we can then maybe also just upgrade this warehouse over here. Okay, so this is pretty important that we expand our fishing here. Let's just see, I want to actually add a few farmers here as well. Now what I did off screen, I built a few extra of these farmer houses here on Silver Lining, and I also added the church because the church gives a lot of happiness, and the people were like really grumpy on this island. I think it's just because there's nothing extra for them on this island, so I just had to build that church to make them happier. So you can see the happiness is now down again. Okay, so they're lacking some sort of luxury. Oh, okay, I see. So we started to run out of rum. Let me just see something here. Okay, rum is going down. Let's see how the rum's looking on this side. It's still climbing. So maybe I should just push my rum production or my rum imports to silver lining. Let's maybe push it up to, let's say 30. There we go. And that should sort it out because our rum is still climbing on this side. So I think I'm just not transporting enough towards silver lining. I'm gonna just head out to Archibald's. I want to buy some extra construction material. We've got some really good money going at the moment, so we plus 3,100 something. We're in the positive, so that's generating a decent amount of money. I'm going to head out to Eli. I'm gonna look for any type of goods or characters that we can slot into our trade hall. So we've got one trade hall here, or sorry, town hall we've got at the moment. We're not using the trade unions. The trade unions might also actually come in handy. But let's see what we can get there from Eli. Now we can get through the trade, we can open up this broker benefit. And if we can get the broker benefit, that will also increase the speed on our ships. So you know what, that's maybe a good idea to maybe add a few extra town halls and also trade unions. So we can do one trade union here where we can do all our advanced production. So let's maybe just set up the trade union over here. I'm gonna maybe do it on this side. Let's set up one like there. See if we can squeeze in another trade union over here somewhere. I'm gonna go ahead and move this maybe towards that side, and then we can squeeze in a trade union over here. We do get a type of character that we can assign in the trade union that specifically helps for the Schnaps distillery, and then they can produce additional rum. But that character is very expensive. We don't have nearly enough money to get that character. But now at the moment for me, it's just to improve my, my trade. Oh, in fact, actually the trade only gets improved by me adding more ships to my fleet. This is the optimization that I get through the town hall and the trade union. So then I get the administrator benefit, and that decreases our maintenance, which is also great. And in fact, we should actually look at adding a town hall on this side. So, you know, it might not be a bad idea to place one right over here. So let's just open up this region over here. And let's place ourselves a town hall right over here. Okay, that does take a lot of our construction goods, but that's okay. I think in the long run it's going to help us a lot. Okay, let's see what we can get here from Eli. None of these characters. Nope. Nope. Okay, yeah, see, we still don't get any good stuff. I'm gonna just leave my frigate there for now. And let's just buy ourselves some construction material over here. Specifically bricks and steel beams, I would say. Okay, so I think if we build one more town hall, we're going to reach the next level of optimization. So that's just going to decrease our maintenance costs all around. So let's see where we can squeeze in another town hall. I can't let them overlap, so I've got to maybe place it over here. So let's remove these farmer houses to a different location. We just connect them here with the road. Here we go. Okay, perfect stuff. And we've got to connect it here with the road. So there we've got now -3 maintenance costs of all our production buildings. So you can see that did make quite a big difference, because now we've got 700 income more that we're getting residual. So yeah, that's really making a difference. Okay, let's see what's happening here in the new world. Okay, so my flagship is coming in, heading out to Karaka. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take early bird. I'm going to just load it up with some timber. And we can also actually take this down to Karaka.
Route plotted.
New orders?
You know what? Let's maybe keep the timber on my flagship. I'm going to just settle on some more islands. So let's plop down our harbor over here, our trading harbor. And let's just use this wood over here. Here we go. Okay, so we've got clay deposits as well, which I'm definitely going to use. We need to start getting some bricks in the new world as well. So we can maybe use that clay deposit over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend the road up all the way like so. And then let's maybe pull one road through all the way across like this. Now we don't have any oil springs on this side. There's 2 oil springs here, which I don't think I'm going to use these two. They're too far apart. And to build a well here, it's just not going to be worth it. It's going to cost me more. And it's not going to generate a lot of oil. Now here we got some decent oil springs on this side. We've got 5. We can connect at least 3 of these oil springs on this side. And let's just see. And there's another 4, another 3 that we can connect, and maybe 2 over here. So we're going to use the top oil springs once we get to that level where we can start getting oil, or exporting the oil rather, back to the old world. Let's just do it like this. So this side I'm going to utilize then as my coffee. Gold. Okay, I'm not going to use the gold. No. So generally I don't spend a lot of time actually doing gold or producing any gold items, because you do get characters which will automatically build you or enable you to get pocket watches and a few other gold items. So I use my trade items, if I could call it that, to get the golden items. So if that makes sense, I don't really build any gold mines here. It just costs me a lot and it's unnecessary, quite frankly. Okay, so let's go for this. I need to set up my town, and I'm gonna go all the way down to this side. Place the marketplace right over there. Okay, so we need to start producing the fried plantain. So let's maybe do 2, like so. I'm going to just set up a warehouse over here. And we can place maybe a church on this side, just like that. Let's add a few more houses. Okay, so let's see where we can do the fried plantain, or sorry, the plantain plantations. We can do just over here.
Aye.
So I want to do 2 of these.
Come to watch.
I think let's just pull the road through towards this way. Just to kind of corner it off. It just looks way more neat if I do it like this. Okay, there we go. So we've got our plantain production going now. I think it would be a good idea to maybe just build a fire station here as well. And let's pull the road across. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna just do all the production basically that I can. So let's just set up another warehouse over here, and then we can do the poncho darners. We can place this here as well. First going to do the alpaca farms, and let's just do maybe 2 of these as well, just to start with. And then we can place 2 of these. And this should keep us going. This should provide everything the jornaleros need at this stage. We're providing them with everything that they need.
But what do you expect?
Okay, there we go. Right, so I'm pretty much done with what I want to do here with the residential area. Let's just maybe add a few extra houses. Here we go. Okay, so this is pretty good, like the setup that we've got going now. We can just let that build up by itself. I'm going to drop this wood over here. We do need some timber production. We need to just get that going. Even if it's just 1. Let's just do it like so. And let's see, our flagships on this side. We just want to build the trading post over here. And now, let's see, we're now at 211. We still need another 90. Okay, I think if we've got another 2 big islands that we can settle on, we might actually have enough points. So let's see. I'm going to settle on this one over here as well. And then from here, I'm going to head out to this island. Hopefully they are big enough for us to get enough investment points.
Coordinates plotted.
You reached a new milestone.
Let's maybe add another few jornaleros over here. There we go. Alright, so they've got now everything that they need. I want to start upgrading them to obreros. And you know what? I need to maybe send Early Bird back to this island over here. And we can just bring some extra timber across. Let's just see. They've got everything that they need on this side to function as a small town. I don't need any more things at the moment over here. You can see our income has now gone up to over 4,000 residual, which is great. So our bank is standing now at 130,000 coin. We can look at buying some really nice things maybe,
Ready the ropes.
if they supply it. So you can see we're starting to get more of these blue trading cards. This is a good one. This is for the hunting cabins, but it's not really as much needed at the moment. This is quite a good one as well. So you can see here that it decreases our maintenance cost for the slaughterhouse, and it gives extra tallow. That's not bad, you know, if we want to do the soap production and we want to boost the soap production. But it's quite expensive for that one, 81,000. Okay, so let's maybe leave that one. Okay, I'm gonna drop off all my construction material over here. And let's just see how things are going here. Okay, so they've got everything they need, the artisans. Everything else seems to be stable.
I'd never have put a halfpenny on it.
Okay, yeah. Everybody seems to be happy. Okay, I'm just looking for some trade cards that I can place here.
The bright young sapling.
See, Archibald sells all these books, which is great. Income per house. Now, if I get the right book or act that I can place within my town, then it's going to really help us to either boost the income or it can boost our workforce. One of the two. Equipped in a trade union. Minus 15.
Don't tell me I've missed another appointment.
Oh, okay. This gives us dung, which we can make fertilizer from that. Okay, but let's just leave that for now. want to get this coffee production going now.
Unfurl the sail.
Okay, so let's see. We need to start upgrading these houses to obreros.
Still a long way to go.
Okay, so we need 300 obreros in order to unlock the coffee. So I'm going to just send the ship now out to bring the timber. And let's just do this. Settle on another island. Okay, we still need... Oh my goodness. I don't even know if we're going to be able to accumulate all that influence. You know what also gives that influence points? It's the actual commuter peers. We do get workforce from the commuter peers.
Reflects the times. Meet our patron is utterly...
So as far as I remember, let's just check this out. If I go to the old world and we go to the engineering level, now the commuter peers, okay, you see you have to build a few of them, but then I think you get 15 influence per commuter peer that's built. So after the first one, then you start getting influence or using influence, and that will help us to unlock this world leader effect. Okay, so in essence, I've got to still keep on expanding over here just to keep on accumulating those points. Let's go ahead and settle on this one. We've got enough material to settle on another 2 islands. Now there's only... Oh, actually, here's another one. So we can settle on this island over here. And then we can settle on this one. And then we can see how many points we still need after that. But I think after these two, we should be very, very close.
A new commission?
Okie dokie, so let's upgrade some extra obreros over here. Gonna maybe just go ahead and add some extra residential houses and bring it around. There we go. This is not in line with the other ones. Let me just redo this. There we go. Okay. Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and open up this clay pit over here. And we can start making some bricks here. Okay, so let's see, how many obreros do we still need? We need 140 obreros to unlock the coffee. So for the lifestyle, yeah, they don't really need a lot of things. Or they don't want a lot of things. They only want spectacles and typewriters. If you want to boost the obrero level. It's kind of, yeah, not ideal. And you see, if we unlock these other goods, this only gives them happiness and they will pay me extra tax. So yeah, they're a little bit more complicated. So let's just maybe upgrade a few more of these jornaleros, and there we go. Okay, so now we've got the coffee.
My airship designs require some unique and complicated.
Okay, she's just talking about the airship production that we can do now, which is really great to have on a later stage. Okay, so let's see, we need 5 timber to do the coffee plantation. And we do need only 3 bricks, actually, for the coffee roastery. So we can let the bricks accumulate by itself. There we got another 19 influence. And I'm gonna just head out to the last island now.
A renowned personage has arrived.
Now we've got some sort of quest here. Let's just see what's happening here.
Light our path, and this will bring us closer to the dream.
Oh, just the photography. My favorite.
Of course you could do it.
Coal diver. Okay, cool. Yeah, you see now, with us doing the coffee roastery, it's quite expensive to maintain the coffee roastery, if I'm not mistaken. Minus 150. Oh, actually not. It just costs a lot of money to build these plantations. You can see they're 2,500 and 9,000. So it's expensive to just get it set up. Okay, here we go. There's another one. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we are so close. Okay, so we need 37 now. And then we get to the last level, which can give us 200 workforce on each of the islands. Now these two small islands that we've got still available, we're not going to get nearly enough points on those two. So I'm going to have to set up those commuter piers. So let's head back to Denbury. So now what I need to do is I need to look at one of these islands. Porto Basque will probably be the best bet because we're already collecting some stuff from here. We've got the hops and the bell peppers that we are collecting, so we can add the limestone to that. But I'll have to replace the ship with a clipper. And in fact, let's just maybe build ourselves another clipper. And I can use Hydra then to replace that schooner. And let's see what we need. Okay, we only need the workforce to run the limestone quarry, but we need bricks, steel beams, and windows. Okay. So let's take a bunch of these goodies. We need all of this. We've already got a timber production going there. Yeah, so that's fine. I'm going to send this ship out here. And then we can build ourselves a limestone quarry right over here. And then we're going to import with the hops and the bell peppers we are bringing here. We can now bring the limestone as well. And then we can start constructing the reinforced concrete. So we've already got some steel production going. Let's just see how that's looking. We've got plenty. Plenty. Okay, this is great. So I might going to need to build another furnace, and then yeah, I probably want to build. I can only build one of these at the moment, so the production is going to be really slow. But in any case, we've got to make it work. I'm going to try and make it work, and I'm going to place these ones here by the glass production, like in line with them. They fit in very nicely like that. In fact, let's just build the one. I'm going to put it on hold for the moment.
Now, where was that master switch?
I'm just moving this trade union building so that I can bring the road around. There we go.
Layer of dust is forming.
Okay, so now we've got all the material that we need for the limestone quarry. Let's just set that up. Cool. Just want to see how quickly they produce the limestone. Every 30 seconds. And for the reinforced concrete, it's every 1 minute. So you see, we in fact only need one limestone quarry for 2 concrete factories. But then we need the extra workforce. That's the other problem. I want to look for a way to boost to get to that world leader level. Otherwise the production is just going to go way too slow. So I must just basically settle on the last of these islands. we've got 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's still 5 small islands. And I think we're going to get enough influence points if we settle on all those small islands. So I am currently busy building another clipper ship over here, so we can use that clipper ship then to settle on the rest of these islands. But let's just use Hydra now to replace my little schooner. And let's just do that. And we can then add the limestone over here. Let's do that. There we go. Okay, and my little schooner is coming through to Denbury. Okay, so now once I've dropped these goods off, I'm going to take the schooner maybe to Archibald, and we can just sell this off to him.
Ship constructed.
So you see our income has significantly dropped because I've got all these expensive production buildings running now. Yeah, so let's just take the schooner out here. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 islands. So I'm gonna need 32 steel. And then let's maybe do... I'm gonna just go for 60 wood. So we're gonna take it from the bottom all the way around. Gonna just settle on all of these islands. And then we should get enough influence points, and then we'll have 200 engineers available automatically here on Denbury. And then in that way we can run 2 of the concrete factories at the same time, and that will help us generate the reinforced concrete quick enough so that we can then set up the commuter piers between Silver Lining and Denbury. And once you've got the commuter piers going, things really goes a little bit easier. And then once you've got the oil production going, that's even better. But now for us to do the steam shipyard, we need 500 engineers. Yeah, and the ships require a lot of advanced material to just build the ships. You know, let's maybe just upgrade some extra engineers over here. We don't use the engineers for anything at the moment, so I'm just gonna do this. There we go, we can get some extra income from that. So I'm gonna just do it like so. And oh my goodness, we need 1,000 engineers in any case. So I need to just go crazy with my upgrades over here to unlock the coffee. Oh my goodness, only 4 influence.
We've not met before, have we? I'm a tourist. Such a quaint place you have.
Okay, so we've got now the tourists that's coming in. Once you reach a certain level for the engineers, then they will start popping in. It's not a bad idea to have the tourists also, but now, because we're making our capital city on such a small island, it's not really ideal to have the tourists.
Perhaps there is a way. I am on the verge of a breakthrough.
I love the fact that they're giving me so many photography quests. It's like the easiest thing, and then we just get some free goodies. Antiseptics. Okay, now that's not really a good thing. Let's maybe just go ahead and get ourselves another clipper, and then I'm going to take that clipper just to buy some extra goodies here from Archibald.
Perhaps there is a way to put
So we need another 340 engineers in order for us to unlock the coffee. As lifestyle needs, I can unlock the soap for them. And I think I should do that in any case. I should allow them to use the soap, then we get some extra engineers. Let's do that, and we do get extra point from that. Yeah, see, with all of these advanced production buildings, they continuously break out in a fire. You get explosions all the time. And the only way to really subdue them or to control them better is to build more fire stations all across your island, basically. But I'm not going to bother with that now. Okay, we're getting such little influence from these islands. I really don't know if it's even worth it, you know, to go through this whole process. But yeah, I'm gonna just go for it in any case. We only need now 30 investment points still. You see, at the end of the day, it's gonna take way too long for me to get all the reinforced concrete just with one of these concrete factories. Okay, so we're gonna do one more on this side. Here we go.
You do what you have to. The fire has been vanquished.
Okay, so once this clipper ship is done, I'm gonna send it here to Archibald's and we can just get some extra construction material. For now, let's just see what's happening on this side.
I'm sure there is more we can do.
Okay, I can give the obreros now a boxing arena, and that will also give me some extra income. And I think I'm going to just replace these jornaleros over here, and let's just place the boxing arena right over there. Then we're going to generate some extra income. And let's build a few extra houses over here. Just like that. There we go.
This place is full of spirit.
Ship constructed.
Good and ready.
Now I'm gonna wait a while before I start to expand here with my coffee plantations. I'm thinking I should maybe just add another warehouse over here. We're definitely going to need that. I'm only going to allow my coffee plantations to activate or start producing once my engineers are on a level where they will accept the coffee. So at the moment, we still need another 300 engineers, which isn't too bad. I think if I upgrade another 1 or 2 of these blocks to the engineering level, then we are going to be fine. We will have enough then for the coffee. So I've got quite an extra bit of timber now available because I am doing like a passive trade for construction material. Let's just see here. Why? Okay, you know what? These ones are too far from a market still, or marketplace, so I'm going to just take them away. Let's just do that. And I'm going to upgrade the rest of them. Let's just do it like so. There we go. Alright, so now we're basically still 21 points short of the investment points that we need in order to get to the world leader level.
Route plotted.
Okay, so there you can see the reinforced concrete is starting to accumulate. We've got 4 now. And let's just see here. So the commuter pier requires 30. And we need actually 60 because we need to build 2 of these commuter piers to connect them. Okay, you know what? I'm going to just go ahead and take a whole bunch of this construction material that we've got here on Dynasty. I'm going to take it to Silver Lining and we're going to just upgrade the engineers up to the point where we can unlock the coffee for them. So let's see, what do we require? We require quite a lot of windows. So let's maybe do, I'm going to go for 60. And we can do extra wood. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to just drop this off and then we can upgrade another 2 of these blocks. Then I think we should be fine. Then they will be able to consume coffee at that stage.
Awaiting new horizons.
We can always buy certain things here from Madam Kina if we want to. You see, coffee is super expensive if you want to buy it from Madam Kina. But the chocolate isn't that bad. So I can buy the chocolate and then I just produce the coffee basically in the New World. So the chocolate will be, I think it's a lifestyle need here. Yeah, so we can add it as a lifestyle need and we can get a few extra engineers and we can get quite a decent extra income. Okay, and this I want to drop off here by Dynasty. Okay. You know, what I'm thinking is to just take some extra steel. Let's maybe take some bricks as well and wood. And then I must just settle on the last of the islands. So let's take it through to Karaka, maybe. And then we just settle on the remainder of the islands. I don't think... There's literally only 2 islands left, and these 2 small islands.
Ceasefire has ended.
Let's just do a ceasefire here again before they start shooting.
You're right.
There we go.
Ship under attack.
Yeah. You see, you've got to be so quick with this. They will start firing immediately. So now I've got only these 2 islands. That really sucks. So it's going to take pretty long for me to open up that commuter piers. I'll just have to wait for it now. Okay, so we here at Karaka, I'm going to just go ahead and start with my coffee production. I'm going to pull the road out a little bit like this, not too far. And what I want to do is I want to maybe just start with 4 of these coffee plantations. I think that's going to be good. So they take 1 minute to produce and a coffee roastery is 30 seconds. So we need basically 2 coffee plantations for 1 roaster. So we're going to build 2 roasteries as well. Just want to make sure there's no gaps left over here.
No fields, no work.
Okay, there we go. So now we can add ourselves the 2 roasteries. Let's just maybe do them back to back like this. Okay, so they require quite a big workforce of the obreros. And let's just maybe build a fire station here as well. And then we've got to just upgrade more of these jornaleros. There we go. So that just balances everything out for us. I might need to do some extra plantain, so let's maybe do that. There we go. So that's sorted out. Right, and I'm going to use this ship, Early Bird. I am sending another clipper out now to the New World. But I'll use Early Bird to then transport the coffee. So, and the coffee is only going to go to Silver Lining. There's nobody else that's going to need it. So, I think... yeah, I don't think we do need a big production because it's, I mean, it's just this little island that we've got here that's going to produce the, or that we need to produce the coffee for. So I don't think we're going to have any issues with the production, at least. Okay, so let's go ahead and upgrade another block. Let's see where we are at now.
We're only just above the median.
Yeah, that's very close. Okay, so we only needed one more block and I'm gonna maybe just do those couple of houses. There we go. Okay, so now we've got the coffee unlocked, which is great. We've got a decent income. And I'm gonna allow them to start consuming the coffee. And that's just gonna give us a really good extra income. 16 points per house extra and 2 engineers. Okay, that's really great.
Stations.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to send my flagship to Madame Kihina. I'm going to look for a few animals that we can add to our zoo on this side by Porto Basque. Because we will get some extra attractiveness for the island, which will then lure more tourists, which will then also give us more income. So it's just small and subtle ways that you can improve the income. I must also keep an eye here actually for Archibald. Because, you know, here with Archibald we can get certain books, or acts as they call it, which will also give us an increased income. Or even an increased workforce. Okay, there we go. So you can see the first coffee is starting to get produced there now. Already got 7. Now I want to just build that up a little bit before I send my ship out to export the coffee. But once the engineers receive their first coffee, then we're going to really boost our income. We'll probably boost it to 5 or 6 residual, I think, for the amount of engineers that we've got currently. But let's see, with the reinforced concrete, you see we're only at 15 now. It's really taking too long to my liking. Just build a few extra houses over here, why not? Okay, but the whole production is still looking good. You can see the fried plantain did drop a little bit, so I'm glad we increased the production on this side. And we might as well do this for the Pancho Danas. We can increase the production here. just do it like that. There we go. Okay, everything's really nicely balanced over here.
Future.
New orders?
Yeah, I had my frigate by Eli. But I think I'm going to rather keep it here by Archibald's. If we can get these axe or like some sort of book. Yeah, you see like this one. Now this is really great, although it takes away some of the happiness. We get plus 30% workforce, but then we lose happiness. And well, at the moment they all seem very happy. Let's just see here. Yeah, it actually looks good. You know, we can build a variety theater here for the artisans. That will also boost the happiness quite a bit. So if we can squeeze a variety theater in here somewhere. Just trying to think where would be the best spot for it. Maybe over here, I would say. Just trying to figure out with the variety theater we are going to get quite a bit of happiness additionally, and we'll get a good extra income. So I'll probably have to build another marketplace over here.
Alas, my bowels churn afresh, and I must beg your expertise.
He wants me to do an escort quest. I'll probably need bigger ships, but let's just go with the flagship and see if it's going to work. We can get a decent amount of money for that. So let's send the flagship out and let's just try this. Okay, so I've got now the extra marketplace over here. So we can move some of these worker houses. I think I'm going to take these away. Yeah. So let's move them towards this side. And let's just extend the road.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Apart from security, I appreciate the company.
There we go. So we get a good extra 6 happiness and then 6 coin.
Much to be thankful for.
Let's see here. I'm very tempted to buy this though. You know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna buy it. And let's just take this back to Denbury.
Keep her constant.
Ship under attack.
Oh, it's just little gunboats attacking again. Oh, that's fine. And what's nice about it is my trading post is also attacking with its gun these ships, so we should be able to take them out quite quickly. There we go. Okay, now I'm quite glad that I did the escort quest.
New orders, Admiral.
Alrighty, so we've got this act now that we can place here within our town hall. Yeah, this is really great. So there we got a massive boost of workforce. So this will just enable us to be more liberal with production buildings that we place. And we currently got 25 reinforced concrete, so we can then basically set up our first commuter pier if we want to. But I would rather want to just build up the reinforced concrete up to 60 and place the 2 commuter piers at the same time.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
And we've got a flagship here now as well. At Madam Keen. So let's maybe see if we can purchase some animals. Okay, we've got some really silly animals that we can buy, but they're quite cheap, so let's purchase them in any case, and let's take them to Porto Basque.
We both hit our targets.
Alrighty, so I've got my ship now here. I'm gonna just drop off the bricks, we need that. And then I'm going to settle on these last 2 islands. I don't think we're going to get a lot of influence points from that. We only require 21 still. I'm really hoping it will fill that 21 points. I'm really hoping so. Let's see if it works. Okay, and then over here, we've got a decent amount of coffee. I'm gonna just still let it build up a bit. What we can also start looking at is getting all the material that we need to do the spectacles.
Fire is out of control.
Oh my goodness, we don't have a fire department over here. Actually, we do. Can they reach it? Doesn't look like it. I'll have to build some paved roads here, I think. Then they should be able to reach. Okay, yeah, now they cover pretty much most of the area, so let's just do this. See if it goes a little bit further. Okay, yeah. Now they can get to the fire.
I have you down as a warrior.
Every field has its weeds.
Like the sewing machines are going a bit down, so we'll have to push up the production here for the sewing machines. Let's just see. Yeah, that's on the low side.
The fire left ruins behind.
Also for the bread, it seems.
Always harder with...
Okay, so the thing is, we're going to have to build that extra furnace which I spoke of. So we can slot it in over here. And the sewing machine factory, we can just maybe place it right next to the other one. We've got enough workforce, so let's just do that. And we can extend the road like this. There we go. Alright, yeah, we just need to boost it a little bit. Okay, so we've got our extra animals over here, and I'm gonna just place them in the zoo. That will just give us some additional attractiveness. It's all like domesticated animals. Okay, there we go. Well, we can see here now we've got another 30 additional attractiveness. Now, you see, you've got the option to upgrade the tourist mooring. Then that will allow the tourists to stay in a hotel. But if you upgrade this public mooring, it's going to massively increase the upkeep costs. So I'm going to just keep the public mooring the way it is.
A new commission?
Alright, so here we go. We've got our the ship now here by this island. Oh my goodness. See, we're only getting 4 influence points from that. So that's not really going to work. And then we'll probably get 3 or 4 on this one as well. So we fall very short of the points that we need, unfortunately. Yeah, I see. So with shares and the commuter piers and with the actual islands, that's where you get all these expansion points. Now, seeing we don't have any competitor NPCs that we're going against, we're not getting anything from shares. That's another 4. Okay, so you can see there we fall short with another 13 points, and there's definitely no way that I'll be able to increase it now. Now my first oil production I'm going to probably do from this island Caracas, because we've got the obrero and the jornalero workforce. We've got a decent setup over here, so
Awaiting new horizons.
and we've got now 34 reinforced concrete, so I think maybe, you know what, let's just go ahead and build the commuter pier in any case.
A check copy?
Why not? We just need now that extra windows as well. Sea battle captivates people. Ah, my word. Lack of variety. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we just wait for that windows to build up and then we can place this. I think once I place the second commuter pier, we're going to get that influence points. I'm hoping so. Because then we can set up our second concrete factory and then we're going to produce the reinforced concrete much quicker. So what I wanted to say is that we need to get our stuff ready for the spectacle production. Now we've only got this island over here, Iglo, which we can get the copper production. There we go. So we can get this going. I'll just have to bring some construction material and then we can transport that back to Denbury. And then over here, let's see which other island. We've got Silver Lining, which has got the coal and the zinc. Now I'll probably build an extra clipper ship just to transport the coal and the zinc across. We'll have to squeeze in a warehouse also here, maybe on this side. These two mines will get to the harbor, but those two are too far away. So we'll have to place a warehouse here somewhere. I can maybe squeeze it in here where these 3 artisan houses are. Yeah, it might actually fit here. So I'm going to maybe have to destroy those houses and place it in here. And in fact, I don't need to destroy those houses. I can remove the marketplace because the artisans and also the engineers, they don't require the marketplace or the pub for that matter. So let's just upgrade these worker houses, and then what we can do is we can just take these away. Yeah. And then we can then move those houses across to that side. Let's just see here. Okay, so the sewing machines are still dropping. Let's see what's happening here. We need that extra bread production. So let's go ahead and do some extra bread. It seems like we've got more than enough grain. Okay, so what that means is we're going to need to build another mill and another 2 bakeries, I would say. There we go. That should sort out the bread problem.
A new commission?
Okay, great. So we've got now enough coffee that we can just start the exporting. So I'm gonna take my ship Early Birds and we can just set it up here to take the coffee. Early Birds, and from Caracas, let's go to the Old World, Silver Lining. And we're gonna just fill it up all the way with as much coffee as we can. There we go. And I'm going to have to just add some depots over here to increase the storage. Oh, and by the way, you can press Shift and V, then you can change the variant of the depot. Just want to see with optimization, we need 150 investment points. Yeah, it's going to take too much of the influence points now for the optimization, so I'm going to keep that the way it is now. You know what's nice, for every investor house that we get additional influence, so that's pretty cool. Now things really just start to increase exponentially once you've got the investors going.
I'm sure of it.
Now what I like to do is I come here to Isabella and also to Archibald. I will buy like these old ships like the frigates, and I will sell it back to them just to rotate the ship, so then it will allow them to spawn new ships in. So for example, there's a possibility for us to get the oil tankers, and that's really what I want. So now I'm going to sell this back to her, and hopefully we can get an oil tanker. And that will just help us with producing the first electricity. Now I can bypass the whole process just by bringing all the oil to this island directly and just supplying the engineers with the electricity they require. Yeah, I don't know. I think the light bulb factory, I'm not really sure, I can't remember. But I think the light bulb factory, they do require electricity to operate. But I'm speaking under correction, we've got to just check that out. I know for a fact the spectacle factory doesn't need the electricity to operate, but I think the light bulb factory does need electricity to function. So I've got to just make sure about that one.
A new commission?
Yeah, so we're going to sort out the bread now. It's going to slowly but surely organize itself. Let's maybe just sell one of these frigates back also to Archibald. I'm going to just keep on upgrading these houses over here. Let's do this. There we go.
It's our human rights.
I need this house to be closer.
It's all right, this, isn't it?
There we go. So now what I want to do is let's move one of these artisan houses down over here. And the pub I can take away. Let's do this. There we go. Now we can actually take this house away, I think. Let's do that. Okay, perfect. There we go. So we've got a warehouse over here now, so this will just help us to collect the zinc that we need. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we need reinforced concrete for this as well. That's a little bit of a bummer. So yeah, my idea is to set up the 2 commuter piers. I'm getting very close to the 60 reinforced concrete that we need.
I'm missing particular
Oh, we're missing wood. That's probably why the production has been so slow. Need that extra wood. So here you can see we've pretty much utilized all of the island now. There's one little gap over here at the top. I'm really contemplating for the oil. These 4 oil springs will actually be enough to help with the production, or supplying electricity for the production on this island. Let's just see how much it costs. It's not that bad, really. Only requires 10 reinforced concrete. But then for the oil power plant, we do need 150 extra engineers. But once the commuter piers are set up, we will have the engineers available to do this. Okay. Well, we're going to get there. And it is getting there. Just want to see if the coffee, is it already coming in? Yeah, okay, there we go. Our first coffee has already been delivered. Oh my goodness. You can see the engineers are dropping over here because we need the sewing machines. Just want to see, I think Archibald does sell sewing machines. Okay, why are we under attack now?
Ceasefire has...
Oh, okay, that's why. Let's just do the ceasefire again.
It's rare we leave any.
Thank you. Okay, great. Yeah, so Archibald does sell the sewing machines. So you know what we can do is we can maybe sell something back to him just to compensate for the sewing machines that we're going to buy. What can we sell back? Oh, let's sell the cigars back. Yeah, there we go.
The people celebrate your leadership.
So I'm going to sell the cigars back to Archibald, and then we can buy some sewing machines. Just to boost the supply over here.
A fraction of what it should be.
Because they are really unhappy that they don't have the sewing machines. And that's definitely affecting our income a lot.
This must appear ungrateful. Save me from this tortuous perplexity.
Oh. Okay, they want me to build a museum exhibit.
It is I who have...
I'm just gonna cancel that one.
The finishing touches, and there.
Okay, so you can see the sewing machines are definitely accumulating now.
I am humble.
But between the two islands, yeah, it's struggling a bit.
Awaiting new horizons.
Okay, so let's just buy 100 sewing machines. And this should keep us going for quite some time. I'll have to boost my production even a little bit more. Upgrade maybe some of the workers. Alright, but now at least we do have enough reinforced concrete. So we can set up our commuter piers.
I'll steer ye from here to the precipice.
They are super expensive to maintain. You can see it's 1,000 to maintain. Yeah, that's going to put us in a deficit, really. Let's see, if we place one here, okay, it's still going to give us no influence, so we're going to need a third commuter pier. Yeah, that's super pricey. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should hold back with the commuter pier. Okay. Let's just deconstruct that again. I'm gonna just drop off these sewing machines. And we are gonna get a good income once the coffee is going. So we need to get that whole system set up over here. So this is now the most difficult part we're entering, is to produce these things. Well, I would say the spectacles is definitely one of the more difficult ones, and the electricity. Once you've got those two, then the light bulbs are really not that bad. Okay, so now they've got the sewing machines, and you can see our income is now significantly going to increase. And it should open up now the coffee for us as well. Yeah, so there it's just climbing. It's going to open up very soon. There we go. Okay, now from here we're going to get even more engineers and quite a bit of extra coin. So there you can see it's climbing now. It's going to go like between 5,000 and 6,000, I think, ultimately. I can see the fur coats are also dropping now because we've got those extra engineers. So we can place another fur dealer. It requires 200 artisans though. That's the only problem. So we'll have to upgrade more of these worker houses. That's it. Okay, then from here, I don't think I've got much of a choice. I'm going to have to set up the commuter piers just to get access to all of this workforce that's just laying here, really. I'm looking for a whole bunch of different ways that we can boost our income. See, the canned foods are also running a little bit low. See how much goulash we've got. We've got more than enough goulash. So you know what? Let's build another cannery. And then hopefully that balances everything out.
The setting is derivative.
Okay, so we've got now a decent amount of reinforced concrete. I'm going to use that to place the zinc mines. And then we also need a copper mine on this side. Now for the copper mine, we also need the reinforced concrete to build that. So, but once that is set up, these two mines, then I'm going to go ahead and build my spectacle factory on this side. Now I'm going to have to build an extra glass maker, and there's no other coastline. That's the only unfortunate thing here. I can use this coastline over here, which I probably will. Just to get some extra glass works going. And we only really need one spectacle factory, to be honest. We don't have that many engineers. So we need one brass smeltery. Oh, we can build two. Okay, so they take 1 minute to produce the brass, so we can have two of these. And then we can have one spectacle factory. And that should sort us out with those needs. Now I just want to see how many engineers we require to open up the light bulbs. We need another 600 engineers. So I'm going to have to upgrade more of these houses. Just maybe do a few. Another 4. There we go. That's it. I'm going to just leave it like that for now. We can upgrade the other ones a little bit later. So we've been progressing pretty well, and off screen Archibald has now set available an oil tanker for me. So this is great. This will be our first oil tanker that we are going to utilize for silver lining. We basically just need one oil tanker to deliver a full batch of oil, and we're going to have to do it from the new world. And I'm going to use my island Karaka to transport the oil from. So we've got a decent amount of oil springs here, and I'm probably going to use this area over here to get my first oil from. And in order for us to get these oil springs, we're going to need to bring in windows. And I believe we need the reinforced concrete as well for these oil springs. I just want to see, there might be a way that I can determine what we need. Let's just see here. Okay, so I need a few extra obreros. So we're almost there. We actually almost got the population that we need for the obreros to unlock the oil. So let's add a few more extra residential houses over here. And then we are going to get enough obreros then to unlock the oil. There's a few other things that I want to do in the old world as well. Obviously I need to still do the spectacles. That's another thing. But we'll get to that pretty soon. Let's just see where I can upgrade some extra homes. There we go. Okay, and that should do the trick. So now we've got access to all of these. Yeah, okay, so we do need the reinforced concrete, unfortunately. And that is the production that's been going really slowly, seeing that we haven't unlocked this expansion tab. And also, you see, we need to link this island, Silver Lighting, to Dedenbury. So I'm going to maybe just do that now. We've got to set up a commuter pier, and we need one on this side, and then we also need one on Silver Lining side. Then it will connect all the workforce between the two islands. So there goes the one, and I think I've got all the resources that I need for the commuter pier on this side. So let's just set up this one as well. I'm gonna have to just remove this road over here just to open the space. There we go, and then we just need to connect it maybe like so. There we go. Okay, so these two islands are now connected with the commuter pier. So you can see now there's like a blue shining tab here at the top, meaning they are connected to other towns and it's a joint workforce. So we've got now a very big workforce, in fact, that we can utilize here for Denbury. And we've got now all the engineers that we need to get some extra reinforced concrete. So I'm going to set that up. And while we're at it, I want to start producing oil for this island as well. Now this is going to massively improve our production if we can get the electricity going. So first things first, let's set up an oil refinery over here. I'm going to go ahead and just do one for now. And then we've got to run the rail track. And I'm going to have to bring it around. I'm going to maybe just bring it around like so. There we go. And this is going to come all the way down here to the harbor. And we've got enough fish, it seems like it. You can see the stocks are filling up, so we can remove that one. And let's just take this away. And then we need the harbor. And that connects beautifully. Okay, great stuff. So we're going to now start producing our first oil. It does cost a lot of maintenance to run this. But it's going to be worthwhile because with the electricity, it literally doubles the production for everything. Okay, there we go. Railway is connected. We're producing a decent amount of oil. Now we need the power plant, the oil power plant, and I think I want to set up my oil power plant over here somewhere. Definitely. I'm just thinking where exactly in this space. You know, this is not a bad space over here. I think we're going to just go ahead and do that. So let's just remove that road over here. And I'm going to place it like so. And now we've got to just run the track across and pull it up there. Okay, cool. We'll connect it once we've got the oil power plant set up. We now need some extra steel. So I'm going to go ahead to Archibald and maybe just purchase some extra steel. Now for us to buy the oil tanker, that's going to be 300,000 coin. It costs for the oil tanker, so I'm going to have to save up big time. So maybe what we can do, I can look at what commodities I've got a lot of. Okay, so the soap seems to be pretty decent. So I'm going to just go ahead and sell some soap. And the champagne, I'm going to go ahead and also sell that. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. I know this is one of the first commodities that we need for the investors, but it's okay. It will just have to do for now. Now, what's interesting, I can't remember seeing an actual grape fertility. Now, this is interesting because this means that you're going to have to buy a fertility here from Madam Kihina in order to be able to get your vineyards up. So that's quite interesting. Alright, so let's see. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all we need. I can maybe buy some additional bricks, I think. Let's do that. Okay. So you're going to see now my coin is starting to run in deficit because of that extra production buildings that I've got with the oil and so forth. It's quite expensive. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some exhibitions here for the zoo. Because if we do that, we get culture points. And you'll see here, once we get a certain amount of culture points, we get an additional attractiveness, which will then also bring more tourists. So there we go. That's the last exhibit I'm going to add here. And that's just going to give us 10% extra attractiveness. But this only counts for the animals that you've already got in display. So I'm going to probably have to buy some additional animals from Madam Kihina. Now let's see here. So we've got to make money in any way that we can. I'm going to definitely do the soap and we can do the champagne. We can maybe just sell this off to Eli. Let's do that. I can also expand my town over here by Port Basque. We can expand this a little bit more. So let's just do this. I never attached this fishery. Oh my goodness. Okay. And you know what? In fact, I do want to set up a commuter pier over here as well. Because I think if we add one more commuter pier, we're going to get some more expansion points over here. So let's see. Yeah, there we go. So with the third commuter pier, you are going to get that extra influence points. So we need to bring some construction material to this side. So let's see, we need specifically, I'm going to have to take one of my clippers to bring some extra goods. Okay, so I'm going to just drop off these goods. I'm going to keep 50 stone or 50 bricks and 50 steel. I'm going to keep on the ship, and then we're going to have to load onto the clipper some more windows. We don't need a lot though. Actually, there is 40 here by Porto Basque. Let's just see what we need for the commuter pier. We do actually need 40, so we've already got enough. Now, I'm not going to bother them to get some more windows. We need as much of the construction material as we can get, and then we only need 30 reinforced concrete. Okay, cool. So let's drop this off, and now we can add our commuter pier on this side as well. Now my beer has been running low on this island over here, Dedenbury, so I want to boost my beer production. I think I'm going to just go ahead and do that. We've got now a very decent workforce over here, so I can just go ahead and do this. Set up another malt house and another 2 breweries, just like that. Yeah, and then we can do maybe one more grain farm.
What brings you here, master?
Okay, cool. Right, so that's set up over there, and that's just going to boost our beer production quite a bit. We need any type of income that we can get, so let's just see. Yeah, the beer is kind of picking up again, so that's a good thing. We want to get that going. Oh, yes, a illness that broke out. Okay, but that's okay. Our hospital can reach them, seems like it. Let's just maybe do some more paved roads to make it easier for them to maneuver. Right, so we've got our goods here now. We can set up another commuter pier, and this will unlock the world leader effect, which in essence will give us so much more workforce. There we go. World leader unlocked. Great stuff. Okay, so obviously we are going to be in a deficit now. These commuter piers are super expensive. It's 1,000 coin, residual coin that you have to pay to maintain it. It's really crazy. Okay, so let's just sell this off to Eli. There we go. Got a really decent amount of money. I don't care if you trust me, as long as you pay me. Right, so now we've got everything we need here for the coal mines and also for the zinc mines. Actually, we do need some extra steel. Okay, I need to set up these mines as soon as I can, because I want to get the spectacle production node going now. We still need to set up the power plant, so let's just do that. Okay, so you can see the coin is now in the positive. Our beer production is going to stabilize, and we do get a big chunk of money from the beer. Well, here we go. So the power plant is now up and running, so this is going to significantly boost our production here for pretty much everything. So let's see, we've got a lot of limestone, or cement rather, and we've got a lot of iron. We're going to now start sourcing the coal from Silver Lining, as well as the zinc. The coal is going to help us with the steel production. Okay, let's see, so what materials do we need? We need quite a bit of windows, and then a bit of steel. Let's maybe do it like so. I'm gonna just bring this back. Let's set up the coal mines just for now. Okay, and then I'm going to use the same ship, Nantucket. We're going to use the same ship then to transport the zinc and the coal back and forth between Silver Lining and Dedinbury. Then at least we've got a good amount of coal that we can use for the production that's already going here. And we need to get our brass smeltery set up. So I've got my 2 iron mines going, so that's fine. Okay, now we need to set up our copper mine. Now I think I'm going to use this island over here, Hustlesad. So we've got 2 copper mines over here. So let's just get all the goods that we need for that. Crappers. Okay. Well, I'm going to just drop this off now. I'm going to maybe use my flagship to take some wood down as well. There we go. Okay, so I'm not going to play around too much on this island. We've got the 2 copper deposits, but we only really need the 1. So my intention is to get to the investor level as soon as I can. And I need to build up my coin really quickly. We're going back into a minus now again. Okay, so that's because of our rum. So I need to sort out my rum production.
These are good times. Could they Let's hear it then. Not bad.
Okay, they just wanted some bricks. You know, so let's just go to the new world. We're gonna have to set up this rum production, get it going. Let's see, have we got enough wood production? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Stand aside, boss.
I think I'm gonna just do another 2 distilleries. That should do the trick. And we need to bring some bricks here so that we can just increase the storage. So let's do this.
Only a fool loosens that grip. Take the rudder.
And then I need to bring one of my ships from the old world to just bring us some extra steel. And then we need the windows as well as the reinforced concrete so that we can set up our oil. I'm gonna say our power plant, not our power plants, our oil rigs we need to set up over here. Okay, so we've got all the goods now that we need here for the zinc mines. And I'm gonna use Nantucket now to just transport these items back and forth. So creating a new trade route, we're using Nantucket from Silver Lining to Dedinbury. So it's just these 2. I think I can just go ahead and do 50 of each. We will transport it pretty quickly, so you can just do it like that. Maybe do another one for the coal. It does accumulate really fast. There we go. Oh, we need to connect it to a road over here. Let's just do this. Oh, still not connected. Oh, you know what? I didn't place my... I moved this warehouse. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking I'm gonna now just take away the police station because... yeah, I don't need it at the moment. I'm supplying everybody with the needs, all their needs. So I don't think we're going to have to use the police station at any time. Okay, let's just see what's lacking over here. So we are currently lacking the fur coats. Now, you know what I want to do is to maybe move these fur dealers across here to the power plant, because then they can also boost the production quite a bit. So let's just get out another warehouse set up over here. And you can see these are all powered now. We don't have a lot of oil, but we don't need a lot also, with that being said. So there we go. We've got now a really good production going. I'm very happy about that. So you can see the reinforced concrete is really going quickly now. Our money is not looking great. It's between the fur coats and the rum that we're lacking. That's where we lose a lot of our money. But we're gonna sort that out really soon. I'm considering if I should maybe just add another ship to bring in the rum. So let's just buy another one.
Just say the word.
And then from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just expand the storage even further. Let's do it maybe on the side.
People celebrate your leadership.
Just adding those depots. Looks so much nicer when I build them square like that. Okay, so we're gonna just do it like this. And let's just go ahead and add another sugarcane plantation. And one more distillery. And then we can also upgrade this warehouse because it's getting a little bit congested over here. Okay, perfect stuff. And I think what we can do is let's maybe use Swamp Rat. I'll send one of my other clipper ships back here to the New World. I've got to use one to bring the construction material anyways for the oil rigs. So let's use Swamp Rat and connect him also to this trade route over here. Then he can also transport some rum for us. And I think if we've got the two ships bringing the rum, then it's going to just be so much more efficient. Right, so we've got now an arts festival here by Dynasty. Maintenance costs for all public buildings are reduced by 50%. Cultural buildings are minus 100%. And then we get the extra attractiveness from the festival. So that's not really great. Not on the island of Dynasty at least. Okay, so I want to set up this mine over here, right? So we've got now all the goods that we need for that. I think I'm going to just go ahead and set up a warehouse here, and then we also do need a fire station. Sometimes these mines do catch light, so yeah, I think it's pretty important that we've got that. And then we're going to use Muscle Cracker then just to transport the copper. It's kind of sad that it's only one commodity that he's got to transport, but it is what it is. So Muscle Cracker, you're going to go from Hustlestad to Dynasty. Here we go.
Attention for the Admiral.
Okay, so I'm gonna now just look at ways of how I can just improve my income. We can add some commodities here for Porto Basque, and I think I should just do that in any case. So let's supply them with sausages. It's a very easy one to fulfill, so I might as well just do that. We can just build maybe 2 slaughterhouses and 2 pig farms. That should sort them out. And then in this way I can now just add a few extra houses. Also just to boost the income a little bit further. We can maybe add some decorative items. Also just as a way to then boost the attractiveness. Let's maybe do that. And there we go. Okay, that just gives us that additional attractiveness.
Our cruise was just as full as last time.
So you can see now there it's a minus 22 tendency because of the slaughterhouses and the pig farms that we've got. But now it's going to just make these villagers happier here. We're going to get that little bit of extra income, which at this stage we really need. And also, I was thinking about it now, I can upgrade my engineers now.
What a happy vision of yours.
My fur coats are stabilizing, so yeah. Let's do that. Let's start upgrading some more of these artisan houses. There we go. That just puts us in less of a deficit. Okay, so we are starting to lack steel, which I thought is what's going to happen in any case. So we're just taking one of these charcoal kilns, we're taking that away. And I'm going to just go ahead and add another furnace. We've got a decent supply of iron as well as coal. We can also bring the iron actually in from Portobasque. Let me see. Yeah, let's do that. So we can add the iron. We can bring the iron in from here. Let's do that. There we go. So that should just stabilize our iron.
A new commission?
Just want to try and figure out where I'm actually losing all my income. Because now it seems that everything is stable over here. The artisans has got everything that they need. We've got beer, we've got schnapps. Just want to see what the artisans... Oh, okay, so the fur coats is still a problem. That's where we are losing all our money.
Awaiting new horizons.
Just want to check this out. So with the fur coats, yeah, you know what, we can deliver more at a time, 25 at a time. I should have increased this a long time ago. 25, 25. Let's move all this up to 25. Now you can see our fur coat production is going like crazy, which is really great. Goodness.
Ship under attack.
Come on, Annie.
It's rare we leave any.
Ship under attack.
You are such a pain.
Ship under attack.
Okay, now this is really, really great that our production with the fur coats are going so well. Because Madame Kihina really gives a massive amount for these fur coats.
Under attack.
Yeah, I know. Come on, man. Oh, you know what? There's a big problem I've got here. Well, it's actually a small problem. But there we go. I should have done this a long time ago. Now we're connecting the canneries also to the electricity. This is going to be so much better for us. And the electricity is extending all the way now to the third cannery. Yeah, this is good. This is exactly what we need. So I think going forward from here, we should sort out our money problems. I can in fact start with my spectacle factory production.
I don't have all I need.
We need some extra wood here though. So let's just maybe build another lumberjack on this side.
to set.
Great, so yeah, I think from here we can now start with the spectacle factory production. We first need the brass factory, or the brass smeltery rather, and let's just maybe go ahead and place it over here like so. Spectacle factory over here, and let's just maybe do a paved road. I'm gonna bring this around. Let's see if we can do it like this. Yeah, there we go. Just pull it through around like that. Okay, so now everything's connected. We're going to start doing the spectacles. I just want to see if there's any ship available that I can maybe add the commodities, but we don't have. So I'm gonna have to use a new ship. Let's just see. Here we go. Okay, now this ship is sending out the fur coats for Madame Kahina. So let's go ahead and build ourselves another clipper. Now I want to build up my capital to 300,000 so that we can just buy this oil tanker. I know it's not looking too great at the moment, but once we've got the spectacles here by Silver Lining, we're going to get a pretty decent amount of money. Yeah, it's an additional 20 coin that we get per house, engineering house.
Your people are starting to get sick.
Oh my goodness. And now these guys are also getting sick here on Porto Basque. So let's just... What do we need here for the hospital? Okay, we only need 40 windows. It's quite a lot actually. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's just build ourselves a hospital over here as well. Gonna just upgrade a few of these homes just to bring us some extra income.
Ship constructed.
Okay, so now this constructed ship, Steamed Bream, I'm going to use this one to transport the spectacles. Steamed Bream, there we go. And we're gonna just load the spectacles. That's it. Right, so now I've got all the fur coats here for Madame Kahina. So yeah, there you can see this is the best way we're going to accumulate the money in order for us to buy that oil tanker. So I'm gonna maybe just use the same ship, and I'm gonna just get myself another couple of hundred fur coats again. Now I need to definitely set up some piers. It's getting so congested over here. So if I can just have one additional pier, I think that's going to help. Right, so the illness is getting pretty out of hand over here. So let's just build ourselves a hospital right over there.
New orders?
I'm gonna go ahead and just purchase some extra bricks over here by Archibald. Yeah, you can see the fur coats are accumulating quite quickly. We've got plenty of fur, and yeah, there's more than enough cotton fabric.
I count our blessings.
Good and ready.
Aye, aye.
Yeah, so let's just see here. The only thing we need is bricks, really. Yeah, so let's do that. I'm gonna just purchase 150. We can bring this back, and then I want to build my pier.
Superlative.
Because you can see, it's just getting crazy congested over here.
Aye.
Now, what we can do is, I'm going to maybe load 100 steel. I'm going to load over to this ship, Golden Behind, and I'm going to do 50 windows and 50 reinforced concrete. This is going to be for the oil that we're going to start to produce in Karaka. So I'm going to send that ship down there. While we're also accumulating our coin for that oil tanker. And I need to look for a place where I can put my power plant. Now I'm thinking of replacing the church with the power plant. It's a really good spot to just get the power plant over here. It's going to cover most of the area, as you can see. And we can, on a later stage in the game, if I want to, I can then add another power plant. I can add maybe a little bit further up. But for now, I'm only going to place the one and just replace it with the church. So let's just see if I can upgrade a few extra houses over here. We do need quite a bit of extra construction material on this side.
What a time to be alive.
Okay, so the fur coats are still declining. Let me just check this out. Yeah, you know what? We can push this all up to 50. They're consuming it way too fast at this stage. Right, so we've got our bricks now. So from here I can just build my additional pier. We need some extra steel and windows. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's just get some extra steel. So you can see my coin starting to balance out now again. I kind of like going into the positive. Alrighty, so let's just bring this back.
Life here is rather static.
Okay, so our spectacles, we are supplying them properly now with the spectacles. And we can start with the light bulbs, in fact, if we want to. It's not really that expensive as I thought. Okay, no, it is. It is expensive. So it cost me 45,000 coin to construct the light bulb factory. We're only going to need one though. That is the advantage.
Good and ready.
Yeah, I'm thinking I should probably bring some coal in from this town over here. It only requires 5 bricks and 4 timber. So let's maybe do this. We're gonna bring in the coal from this side. Just want to see if I place the warehouse over here, can it reach? Yeah, okay, perfect. So from this angle they can reach the warehouse, and we're going to now just load some extra coal on, just to balance everything.
Your people are starting to get sick.
Oh my goodness. See, one of my ships carried a disease, so now the people on this island started to get sick. Okay, but the hospital, they can reach that region over here. Only just. Let's see if we can contain this.
New orders, Admiral. Attention to the Admiral.
Okay, there we go. So we've got now an additional pier. That's going to really just help us. Okay, so as I was saying, we need 45,000 coin. We need to build the light bulb factory. And we're also going to need for the filament factory, we need another additional 30,000. That's super expensive, but seeing that I'm going to bring that extra coal now in from Husselset, or Husselset, or if you pronounce it, maybe I should just set this up. But the coin is getting very deep into the minus now. So probably what would be the best is maybe just to upgrade more of the houses here on Silver Lining. Let's maybe do that rather. Yeah, so the most difficult part is definitely going to be to get the electricity on this island. But almost all my resources seem stable. It's the only thing, it's these new items that's still kind of like stabilizing itself. But my fish, obviously this is not going to be a problem anymore soon because we're going to get rid of these workhouses. But let's upgrade a few extra of these artisan houses. We need to just generate that extra income. And I think this is the best way to do it, at this stage at least. Even if we just balance it out like that, it should be fine. Okay, so you can see the disease did spread here to the other part of town. But I'm not going to worry about that, they can just contain it in this little region over here. Yeah, come on, we've got more than enough cotton fabric, so they should be producing these fur coats much quicker. We're running at 200% on both of these. Just trying to see where the money is constantly going up and down. Okay, so it's still with the rum that we've got the problem. Just want to see something.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Let's see how much rum we've got here on Dedenbury. Oh, okay, it's actually full. Right, so what I can do is I can then maybe do this ship. I can also allow to bring in the rum towards Silver Lining. There we go. That should just balance out our sheets. And yeah, I'm gonna take another 100 of these fur coats. So the people on this island don't utilize the fur coats, so I might as well use this. And let's just take this to Madam Kina again.
The epidemic left buildings abandoned.
Okay, a building, not buildings. Okay, but we're gonna get there. We are actually much closer to reaching our goal than you think. It's just really keeping it now in a positive balance, everything. The finances. I just want to see. We had some sort of festival, wasn't it, here by Silver Lining as well? No. Let's upgrade these artisan houses also. I think I'm going to maybe just do this block still. I'm going to upgrade them, and that last two houses I still want to upgrade. And I'm going to leave these like that just for now. Okay, here we go. So we've got now another 100,000 coin that we got in. And I'm strongly considering building now what I need for the light bulb production. We need one filament factory and one light bulb factory to basically just conclude this part. And it doesn't take a lot of construction material, in fact. So, you know, let's just go for it. It's going to be very expensive to run this now. But I'm going to add this to this ship over here. Then you can transport the light bulbs also to Silver Lining. I want to now just see, once we do have the light bulbs here to this island, when we bring it through, how much of a difference it will make in the income. So yeah, we get 28 coin per house. That actually does make a big difference. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I'm going to leave this now just like this. And I'm only going to maybe bring some additional windows I'm going to bring across to this island so that we can build the power plant. But that we'll leave on a later stage, for a later stage. I'm going to let the fur coat still accumulate on this side. And we can use, well, actually whatever we can use to trade with. I want to just see, with the soap, yeah, we've got a lot of soap on this island. Now I'm thinking of maybe then just using the soap here from this island. And let's see what other trade goods we've got. We can use the soap and the bread. We don't get a lot of money for the bread itself, but maybe I can sell 100 soap and maybe 50 bread to Eli, just to help us with our money. I want to accumulate that coin as quickly as I can, just to get that oil tanker. So you see, now we've got everything that we need here to just build this oil rigs. Now I'm going to just do the blueprint. Oopsie. Ooh. Where am I going with this? Okay, so we need to get here to the coast. Let's just pull it through like this. There we go. Okay, now hopefully I've got enough resources to do this. I'm going to set up the harbor here like so. I'm really hoping we've got enough resources for this, but it does look like it. Now I'm going to just keep it like this for now. We can maybe do a storage. I just want to see for the storage, what resources do we need for the storage? It's only 50 maintenance. That's not bad. So you know what? We can maybe place this for now. Let's just do that one storage. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and sell... Let's sell 100 soap and 100 bread. We can maybe then just sell to Eli, just to get some sort of extra stream of income. And I'm going to build myself another clipper. I suppose we can push our population on this side a little bit more.
We should have had something to complain about.
They are lacking clothing. Okay. I need some more framework knitters. I've got the 2 sheep farms, but I've only got 1 framework knitter. So let's just push that up. Here we go. Yeah, that will just sort that out. Now let's see with the light bulbs. Okay, so it is accumulating now.
An explosion in one of your factories. A fire broke out. Ship constructed.
Just want to wait for this fire to be extinguished so that I can just rebuild this rum distillery. There we go. Yeah, so I didn't get the income that I was hoping for, because we're still kind of like in a deficit. Now we've got this town hall over here. Now, you know, I can buy some stuff here by Archibald, I'm thinking, that can help us boost the income, specifically for the island of Silver Lining. So let's see if we've got, what can we sell to Archibald? I'm looking for some valuable ingredients or items that we can sell. Suppose we can sell windows. Yeah, we should get pretty good money for that. I'm gonna maybe sell some windows to him. And I know he wants coal. He pays a good amount for coal. And we've got now an abundance of that. So let's do this. I'm gonna sell this back to Archibald. And then I want to see if he's got any good cards that we can slot into our town hall, just to accumulate that extra income to help us get ahead. I can obviously also upgrade some of these houses, so let's just do that. Maybe get some more artisans over here.
Flagship at your service.
There we go. That's another 40 something thousand that we're getting there from Eli. And let's see what Archibald can give us. 20,000. Okay. Right, so I want to now see if I can get anything here from Archibald, just to help us. I want to re-roll this maybe just one more time. Let's see, a bonus income. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It's bonus happiness. Residents gain bonus happiness from here. Okay, this is good. Now I actually like this. And this affects all residents. So we are providing, this is going to be a good book actually to take to Dedenbury. So I'm looking for something specifically that I can slot in with Silver Lining. And you know what, I can actually take one of these books. I can take to Silver Lining. This one specifically, Lax Water Treatment Law. Then I get 25% extra income, and because the engineers give such a good income, if I slot the book in here, that's going to be really good. That's going to help us get ahead.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
Right, so this we can slot in. And let's see what a difference it makes if we do this. There we go. So you can see there's a big boost of income. And we're taking that book out. And we're going to take it to Silver Lining. And I want to just get some extra construction material, so need quite a bit of that and some extra reinforced concrete. Let's take it through and let's just see how that affects our income if we take it towards this side.
The people celebrate your leadership.
So you can see all my goods are stabilizing very nicely. We're getting those extra light bulbs.
Celebrate your leadership.
We literally just need the oil still.
Awaiting new horizons.
Well, the oil tanker and then the oil. Okay, there we go. So now we're in 1,000 in the positive, and that's really what I wanted. So that's definitely going to work out for us. Let's see, 50 bread. We can do some canned food maybe as well. And you know what? I'm going to just go ahead and sell some light bulbs, and we can sell. Let's sell the 50 fur coats. Or in fact, let's take this away, and there we go. Let's sell that to Madame Kina. And let's see if we can accumulate enough money now just to buy that oil tanker.
We need...
Ship under attack.
How thrilling! A renowned personage.
Oh yeah, that's really good. 140,000, so that's going to give us a good jump towards the right direction. Let's see what other items I can sell. I'm going to just go ahead and sell all of these items maybe back to Archibald.
Coordinates plotted.
Need to utilize whatever I can. I think we've got a lot of people that came here to Port Tobasque, so yeah, we've got 3 characters that we can sell. It's not a lot of money, but it will help at the end of the day. Okay, and let's sell this back to Archibald. That's another 30,000. So we're getting mightily close. Yeah, now we've got 3,000 in the positive. So I'm not really quite sure what we did there now to get that extra income. It might be from one of the festivals that's going on. Just want to see, is it on... Yeah, there is a festival, a carnival. Okay, there we go. So we are getting bonus income from the carnival. That's going to last another 30 minutes. So that's a good time zone for us to just get ourselves or act together over here.
Flagship at your service.
Alrighty, let's see what else we can sell. I'm gonna do some more canned food. And let's do some sewing machines. Suppose we can sell some coffee and then maybe some some spectacles we can sell. Yeah, they don't consume a lot of that at the moment, so let's maybe sell 30 of that. Okay, now I'm pretty sure this is going to give us enough income to buy the oil tanker. And that will literally be the last stretch. Once we've got that, we can start bringing in the oil to Silver Lining, and we're going to be able to supply the electricity from the engineers, and we finally will have our investor on this island. And it will be a fully functioning island with that also being said. Okay, there we go. So we've got the money. And we've got the tanker. Okay, this is really fantastic. Now, what's really good about this is once we get the investors, they give you so much money. It's like your financial problems are really a thing of the past. So I'm contemplating whether or not I want to build a university here or Denbury. Let's just see if you do get extra money for the university. I don't think so. Yeah, you don't. You only get 2 additional artisans. And we've got enough artisans workforce. So yeah, no, I don't think that's going to be worth it. Our sausages is a problem still. So maybe let's just do another pig farm while we're at it. You can see they are lacking pigs over here. Alrighty, so we've got our oil tanker. I do need a little bit of extra cash just to build those oil rigs in the new world. So let's maybe...
How about a cup of coffee? You've been playing for 2 hours.
I need to maybe just go here quickly. And I'm going to take a few of these commodities that I've got here by Silver Lining and just sell them to Madam Kina. And then we will have enough money to then just build all those things that we need to build in the new one. Just actually want to see if we build this, how much is it going to cost? 25,000. Yeah, you see, this is, we're going to need the extra money. Let's just do this maybe. I think this should give us enough money to build, help us build what we need to. Oh, we've got a carnival on this side as well. This is great. So we're getting money from this side also. So I'm gonna then go ahead and just upgrade more of these houses so that we can just generate that extra income.
Good and ready.
Okay, let's check this out. There we go. 56,000, and that should give us everything that we need. Let's maybe first build this one. There we go. And let's do this one. There we go. Okay, good stuff. I think we are, well, almost up and running. It's another 10,000. Perfect. Okay, lovely. So we can start accumulating the oil. We can get up to 700, which is perfect for now. And we're going to have to make a new oil route. And it's going to come from Karaka. And we're going to go back to Silver Lining. We first need to... let's cancel that. I first need to set up my power plant on Silver Lining side.
New horizons.
I'm very excited to get this thing going. Let's maybe take this ship also. We've got all the resources though that we need to build this. Let's see, the oil, small oil harbor. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to take away these 3 houses. And I'm going to have to remove this road over here. And I'm going to pull this through all the way towards that side, where we're going to have the power plant. I've got to now just figure this one out. Yeah, you know what, this will just have to do. It kind of looks funny. In fact, let's just take this away. Let's just take this away. This looks a little bit strange. Okay, so we obviously need that road to connect. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, that's going to work for us. Okay, so the power plant, we're going to replace the church here with the power plant. We need another 25,000 coin and another 40 steel beams. It's a really, really pricey endeavor, I must say. So what we can do is we can sell some more items to Archibald. I'm just trying to look and see what would be the best. Maybe actually we can do the windows again. Let's just sell some, maybe like 80 windows. We can sell back to Archibald. And then from here we're going to need additional steel. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Route plotted. Aye.
Okay, there we go. So we've got the extra steel. I just need to sell this back to Archibald so that we've got enough money then to build that power plant. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Actually, I don't have to build this yet. I've got the oil harbor. And how much can it contain? 500. That's perfect. We've got our oil tanker, so let's set up the oil route. Lord Algeron, you're going to head out to Karaka. And you're going to come back to Silver Lining. That's it. Okay, so once this is all set up,
Ready for a challenge.
then we're good to go. Then we're going to get our investors, basically. So let's just go ahead and build some extra paved roads over here. And maybe add a few decorations while we're waiting for that oil to come through.
Are starting to get sick.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me just first see where they're getting sick now. Okay, thank goodness they only require timber and bricks to build this hospital. Let's just set that up. Go. Okay, now I'm thinking of just maybe moving these artisans over. Just to fill the gaps. Let's do this. Okay, that's not gonna work, so we've got to maybe squeeze it in like this. Here we go. Okay, so I've pretty much built everything that I could build here. We can do some decorative items over here. Let's just see what we can build. Pavement's a little bit boring. Let's see what else can I put in here. Let's maybe do these aspen trees. They look quite nice. Yeah. Having all this greenery on this island seems to do it wonders because everything is so congested, so I think it's a good idea to just maybe do extra trees. So for here we can maybe just do that temperate grove again, just to fill up the space. Yeah, I think that works pretty nicely. We need to preserve some forest, even if it's just a little bit.
A new commission.
Here's a revolutionary. Life is great here. We can set You didn't slack, but of course you could do it.
Okay, she just basically wanted alpaca wool and gave us a priest in return. I'm going to just go ahead and upgrade this warehouse as well. Light bulbs are a problem, it seems to be now. Let's just see what's happening on this side. Light bulbs, light bulbs. Oh, we require the extra glass. Okay, that we can sort out quickly. You know, I forgot about that. I knew it was going to become a problem at some stage, but I didn't pay enough attention on that. There we go.
It's a surprising.
So this is just going to help us to get that extra glass. And once we've got that, I think we should be fine. We're lacking steel. They're lacking iron. Oh, we've got the 2 iron deposits. We are bringing in iron from Porto Basque. You know what we can do is we can bring in iron from this island over here because we've already got the hunting cabins. So let's maybe do this. Let's buy some bricks and wood. And then I'm going to just go ahead and set up my iron mine on this side. I think we only need wood. Yeah, we only need wood and bricks to build this. And then we can import with the furs, we can import the iron as well.
Ready for a challenge.
Okay.
Unfurl the sail.
Alright, so it seems like the oil tankers already come to collect the oil. So they should be pitching up now at any moment again. My currency is going into the minus.
Halyard, sheets, and braces.
But I'll sort that out pretty soon.
Are healthy again.
Let's just see. Okay, I can't build anything now.
Coordinates plotted.
There's no forgiving. Never.
Aye.
Oh, we can sell these items. There we go. Let's sell these items also back to Madam Kina. Let's see what else we can sell. Yeah, let's maybe do some extra canned food. I'm gonna just sell this back to get us back into a positive balance.
Ma'am and I are much obliged.
Oh, so Archibald lent me money over there. That's okay. That's not too bad. So I think he lends money to you once if you go into a deficit. But then if you go into that deficit again, then it's pretty much game over. So I've got to just keep an eye on everything.
Very coefficient. It's only a half-life.
There we go. Okay, so there we're going into the positive now. Our light bulbs are sorted out.
Flagship awaiting instructions.
I just want to boost my income or my turn. What do you call it? My combined wealth I want to increase. Let's maybe sell some additional soap and fur. Here we go. Yeah, I just want to get this in a positive. Or deeper into a positive. We've got the oil tanker coming in and it's almost fully loaded, which is great. So I'm gonna go ahead and build my power plant now. And we can just set the railroad we can connect here. Okay, cool. Yeah, and here's our old tanker dropping off the first oil. Okay, this is perfect. And there you can see the little train going out. Dropping off the oil here. Lovely. This is great. So now we've got the power supply.
My bow now.
Ship under attack.
Oh, okay.
Under attack.
Annie is sneaky. She just cancels the ceasefire when she wants to.
Don't barter.
Ship under attack.
Trying to pull our legs.
Ship under attack. Ship under attack.
Okay, this is really odd. Like, I don't know why she doesn't want to accept the ceasefire.
Call that a storm.
Oh, thank goodness.
Under attack.
Yeah, that's very strange why she didn't accept it. Okay, well,
Ship under attack.
now we're gonna keep on getting that message.
Ship under attack.
Let's just do this. Okay, so I can build my first investor. There we go. Oh, we've got our first investor. Now I'm going to actually upgrade more of these. I just need some extra construction material. But we've done it. We've successfully reached the investor level. Ah, you see now she actually destroyed one of my schooner ships. And also Castilla has been destroyed. My goodness. Okay, let's just see. What do we need? We need wood. We need wood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we need steel. That's basically it. So yeah, I just want to upgrade a few extra of these investor houses. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Explorer and just replace this one trading ship of mine. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Explorer. There we go. We've got to just replace this one really. We're not going to need the fish or the clothing or anything. Yeah, so I'm not going to bother transporting any more of that.
Ship constructed.
Okay, so it was just that one other ship that was destroyed.
Ready for a challenge.
Yeah, I think she's got a few ship of the lines sailing around here. There we go. Yeah, see, this is why she took my ships out so quickly. It's because of these ones. These big boys. But she took quite a bit of damage herself, getting too close to my coastal area.
Little fish are careful who they swim with.
Okay, now I would want you to just keep an eye on my income now as I upgrade these houses to investor houses. And then you're going to see what a big jump it is to get the investor houses. I'm just waiting for those resources to come. There we go. Now you're going to see it's actually a massive jump. Let's do this. There we go. So I can add now quite a few of these investor houses. There we go. It actually didn't jump that much. I thought it would have been more. But I think it's only once you supply the more advanced needs, like with the champagne. And in fact, the bank is the best way to boost your income. You see, that's the problem that we had. We've got obviously no space for a bank on this island. I suppose I can put a bank here, but I mean, look at all the space that it takes up. It's just insane. And I don't know, it doesn't make sense for me to place a bank over here. It will pretty much cover the whole area, or the whole island, if I do place it over here. Yeah, but in any case, we'll leave it at that. I did achieve what I wanted to achieve. And I think ultimately I probably will place a bank over here to just make everything balance out. Let's just upgrade some more of these houses. There we go.
Look sharp, the governor's here.
After all, I expect a high standard of service.
Okay, so now they want champagne and cigars. Okay, we're not going to supply that. In any case, but that is me for the series. We managed to do what or get what I wanted to achieve. I got it right, and we're supplying everything. Everything is stable at the moment. Some of the things are dropping, but otherwise it's a little bit of a few tweaks that I have to do to make everything just balance a little bit better. And in regards to the champagne production, yeah, you'll probably have to do, like at this island, Porto Basque, you'll probably have to get a fertility from Madame Kihina. If you're playing on a difficult setting like I'm doing, you've got to buy a fertility from Madame Kihina, and in that way you can then do maybe the grapes on Porto Basque, and then you can have the factory, the actual distillery or the cellar you can have here by Denbury. I think that would be maybe the best way to do it. But yeah, otherwise everything is looking good. And I'm pretty happy with it. It's looking really nice, having all of these skyscrapers here. Or couldn't really call it a skyscraper, but a multi-story building. But I want to thank you so much everybody for watching, and if you did enjoy it, please do remember to subscribe and press the bell notification button if you haven't done so yet, as it helps me a lot, and I'll see you in the next one.
In a game of adventure and strategy, we make our mark. Still gamer, building kingdoms from the dark. Together